Ada County Planning and Zoning Commission. I'd like to welcome you here. My name is Rod Wickstrom. I'm the filling in as chairman tonight. We'll start with a roll call of the commissioners. Commissioner Blitman,
I'm here.
Commissioner Birch,
Here.
Commissioner Colson,
Here.
Commissioner Scott will going to excuse him, Commissioner Murphy, Commissioner Rowley.
Here.
So just to set the pattern for tonight, we're getting some feedback here, but how it's going to work out, staff will first make their presentation for the applicant. We will then have the applicant come up. They will have 15 minutes to make their presentation. After that, we'll have public testimony, which you'll be giving 3 minutes to testify. As you come up, please give your name and address. Well, after that, we'll have staff will follow up with any other questions, and then we'll have rebuttal by the applicant. There are a couple items on here that may be highly emotional. We would like to keep things civil. If somebody comes up before you and they say something exactly what you're going to say, to speed things along, you can just say, "I agree," or you can express your opinion and not have to go through say the same thing that's already been said, just to help speed things along. But we don't want to discourage you from testifying, but just if it's been said a couple times already, it just helps move things along a little more quickly.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I wondered if we could move item number, I'm going to say it differently. I move that we change the order of the agenda. I'd like to suggest that, I'd like to move that item 3, which is 2025-01185 CU, MSP 7 Gates Investments LLP, be moved to the end of new business, and so it would become between new business and other.
Okay, we have a motion to move item number 3 to the end of new business. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Rowley, second it. All in favor of moving item number 3 to the end of new business, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And I say aye also. We set to go then? We'll start with unfinished business. Application number 2024-02701 PC CPA SV LLC. This was carried over for revised findings. Do I have a motion to accept the revised findings or approve the revised findings?
Mr. Chair,
Yes. Commissioner.
based upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained herein, the Commission recommends denial of project 2024-02701-PC-CPA to the board.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Birch, second. All in favor of?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to recuse myself because I wasn't here.
Okay. Commissioner Blitman will be recusing herself. All in favor? Please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And I say aye also. Moving on to item number 2. Kit 2025-00469 ZCDAX Knoxall, Mike Knoxall. We'll turn over to Ms. Owens for her presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Tonight, I'm presenting Project 2025-00469 ZCDAS, which is an application by Mike Knoxall for Working Class Acres subdivision. It's a zone change of a 2.65 acre portion of a property from Southwest Community Residential District to the Airport Industrial District, a development agreement and a preliminary plat for the Working Class Acres subdivision, which will be a 24-lot industrial subdivision. For the project location, the subject property is generally located between South Cole Road, which you can see here, and then South Curtis Road, and it's located south of Victory Road. The subject property is more specifically located between Cole Road, which is over here, and then Banner Street, which is where the access will come from with a continuous service drive. The property is parcel number S1030315-135, and it contains a total of approximately 30 acres of primarily undeveloped land in partially the Southwest Community Residential District and primarily the Airport Industrial District. So this provides a little bit of background on what the zoning is on the site. So since it's primarily zoned M3, just a tiny triangle here is zoned Southwest Community Residential. That's those 2.65 acres that would be proposed for a rezone tonight. There's both residential and industrial zoning located in the area, with residential zoning located to the north and south of the project, and some industrial zoning located to the southwest and east of the project. Majority of the site is airport industrial, only that small section is Southwest Community Residential. This property is located in Boise's area of impact, and thus the Boise Comprehensive Plan is applicable. Most of the 30-acre lot is indicated to be airport industrial. Only a small portion is indicated with a future land use of large lot rural. That section of the property, the 2.65 acres, it lacks frontage and would not be able to be utilized independently of the primarily airport industrially zoned parcel. The entire subject property is located within Boise's airport industrial overlay, which does not support the expansion of residential uses. Therefore, the regional and community planning team indicated that the rezone to airport industrial would be appropriate for this property for that 2.65 acre piece. The applicant is also proposing a 24-lot industrial subdivision named Working Class Acres. The lots vary in size from 1.01 acres to 2.33 acres each. Access to the site comes from South Banner Street, which is located over on east of the parcel via a commercial service drive, which you can see here. This would allow the lots to meet the minimum requirements for the Airport Industrial District. The subdivision would also be located within Area B of the Airport Influence Area Overlay, which restricts residential development. Just speaking to some of the natural features on the site, the history of the property is that it was operating as a former gravel pit. It therefore has some unique natural features, including some steep slopes above 15%, which you can see here in various shades of yellow. So all of these are the slopes that are above 15% on the site. Additionally, there's some Zone AE floodway, which is that hatched portion down here in the southwest corner of the site, and then some Zone AE flood hazard zone, which is located to the south of the property. The application was transmitted to the relevant agencies, and the following are comments that were received. The building official indicated building permits will be required for new structures. Whitney Fire is going to require some fire hydrants and a code-compliant cul-de-sac. Ada County Highway District approved the project with some site-specific conditions. Community planning indicated that the rezone is appropriate given the airport overlay and the restrictions on residential in the area because of that. Central District Health did use some test holes on the site and found that a septic system can be installed on each lot. However, there'll be some limitation on the use and the number of gallons per day discharged due to the space available for septic on each site. They don't have any objection to the project, but will require development application and approval of those septic systems. The Boise Airport said they had no objections to the project. They're just going to require an navigation easement. And the Ada County engineer recommended approval with conditions, including the review and approval of hillside and drainage applications on the site. There were 2 public comments that were received on this application. They are located in your packet. Hopefully you got the opportunity to read through those. The first comment was from a resident that wanted more restrictions on the types of development that's allowed in the Southwest Community Residential area of Ada County and some standards to limit the types of future development proposed with this project. The second comment was from the South Cole Neighborhood Association, and they were concerned about the flood hazard areas located on the property. As mentioned, the applicant would have to comply with any requirements related to the flood hazard area, and it would be reviewed by the Ada County engineering team. There are some key conditions of approval that are mostly reflected from those comments that came in from the agencies, including the requirement of an navigation easement, approval from Central District Health, compliance with the comments from Whitney Fire, ACHD, and the Ada County engineer, and there's going to be some standard conditions included on their final plat, including some right to farm language and agency approval from these listed agencies. Staff does find that the application complies with Ada County Code and recommends that the commission recommend approval of this application to the board, subject to these conditions of approval and the findings of fact and conclusions of law. I'll be adding this presentation to the record, and I stand for any questions you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff?
I have a question.
Commissioner Blitman?
Going back to the questions that were submitted, there was one about the floodplain issues.
Yeah.
And who's the jurisdiction or who's the body that we look to answer those questions?
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blitman, ultimately it's FEMA, which is the Flood Emergency Management. I forget exactly what it stands, agency, thank you. They are the people that would ultimately make that decision, but we rely on our Ada County engineer looking at floodplain applications if any work's gonna happen in there. There's a condition of approval that they remain at least 30 feet set back from the high water line of any waterway, so they wouldn't likely be building in that location anyway. If they were to encroach the floodplain or flood hazard area in any way, they'd need a floodplain application, which would be processed by our engineers in accordance with FEMA standards.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Commissioner
Mr. Chair, thank you. How you doing, Ms. Owens? Where did you, or where was the information received in regards to the 2.65 acres that is not M1, or sorry, M3? Because on Ada County Assessor, it shows the Ada County Assessor map shows that whole parcel is already M3. So I was just curious where that data came from.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Murphy. So that would be on our internal zoning maps. It shows that it's a different zoning jurisdiction and a future land use map for that portion.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Yes, I just had one question. These are going to be contractors' yards, so they're going to be, the majority of them, I think all but one, were approximately an acre. And typically what we'll see on contractors' yards are 3 to 5 acres, typically 5 acres. How is it that they're getting those 1 acre parcels for a contractor's yard?
So, Mr. Chair, the 5-acre requirement is in the residential zones and the rural residential zones. So if they're going to have a contractor's yard in a residential zone, they have a minimum 5 acres. The industrial airport overlay, not the overlay, but the industrial airport zoning, M3, doesn't have that same minimum lot size requirement. It can be pretty small, so it's just whatever can be supported by a septic system at that point. And then if you're in an industrial area, it's expected that the parcel sizes are likely smaller and that you're closer to other industrial uses.
Okay, if I just follow one more. And so there'll be septic, and then as far as water, they're going to be public water going into these sites?
Mr. Chair, that's a great question. I have that in my findings. Leon was the primary contact for this one, so I'll have to pull that up real quick. Mr. Chair, that water service is going to be Veolia water.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Owens. We'd like to have the applicant come forward, and you have 15 minutes for your presentation. Please state your name and address.
My name is Mike Nuxall, and address is 998.
Sorry, there's seating up front over here on this side if you'd like to come up, and on both sides, sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Address is 9983 West Harness Drive in Boise. I really don't have anything to add to what Michaela gave you guys. She did a very good job of describing everything that we're doing. I will say that there's a real need for smaller contractors' yards on this end of the valley here in Boise. Over the 30 years I've been in business, I've had many smaller contractors just trying to start out that have no place to park their trade tools, like landscapers, plumbers, and they try to park them in these new subdivisions, and that doesn't fly. So anyway, I seen an opportunity here and thought it would be a good development and a needed development. Beyond that, that's really all I have to say.
Are there any questions for the applicant?
Go ahead, Jim.
Commissioner Birch.
Chair. Mr. Nuxall, is that right?
Yes.
I was reading a couple neighbor comments, and one of them was the Northern Edge property owners had concerns about cutting slopes too close to their property because of mudslides/sinking. Have you heard that, or do you have any
We
thoughts
heard
on
that, I
that?
heard that from one in the neighborhood meeting here several months ago. And the way that that will be graded, and I was in the excavation business for 30 years. The slopes will be cut down to less, I think the maximum would be 36%, which is not going to pose any problem. And the slopes that are there now are actually steeper, and they've been standing there for 30, 40 years. So I don't think there's any concern there, but we will try to accommodate the neighbors as best we can.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Any other questions? We have Commissioner Birch.
Yeah, just a quick question here. Unless this change that's requested is granted, there's really nothing you can do with that property, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Yep.
And Commissioner Blitman, you had a question?
Yeah, this is a little bit beyond the zoning question, but do you anticipate that there'll be fences around these
Absolutely,
yards?
yes.
Each person having their own yard and,
That is going to be part of the conditions of the sale of the lots. The buyers will put up their own fencing, but there will be restrictions on what type of fencing. It's going to have to match and everything be very aesthetically pleasing without being overly expensive.
thank you. Yeah, that helps. One of the concerns is that people are going to be living in their
No.
contractor yard, and so I'm going to put a little office and put my bed in there and sleep there.
I can't say that somebody's not going to try to do that, but that's not going to be allowed. So,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Any other questions? I've got, Mr. Nuxall, so as far as a, how do you say this? You're going to sell off all the lots, though. Are you going to maintain ownership of them and lease that land out, or will you?
Well, I intend to sell at least some of them. I may decide to retain ownership of some of them, even build on them and then lease them out. It kind of depends on how things go as we proceed, to give you an honest answer.
And then as far as fencing wise, you're only required to put in a 6-foot fence. Is that, you're going to go beyond that, or will that be what you're aiming for?
I think 6 foot would be adequate, and then they may want barbed wire on top. Typically, contractors' yards, industrial property does have that. So we'll decide on all of that. Anything that the board has that they would like to see, I welcome the information for your input.
Are there any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Nuxall. We'll go back to staff. Any, oh, no,
3 minutes.
sorry. You can go ahead and take your seat now. We're,
All right,
thank you.
thank you.
We'll have a chance for you to come back up, and we'll open up for public testimony. Is there anybody who would like to speak on this issue? They can come forward. Please give your name and address. I have Mike Nuxall.
Yes.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Okay. Dave Sanderwick? Okay. And how about Dennis Jordan?
Same.
All right. Any other people like to come up and testify on that? And there's nobody online? Okay. With that then, we'll go back to staff. Any questions for staff?
I just want to clarify, if that's okay. So my understanding is this is just, the vote is for the rezone, and then the applicant will come back in with a subdivision package.
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blitman, this is going to be for both the rezone and the subdivision. So the plat that you saw is the preliminary plat that they're proposing. You guys are the recommending body on that subdivision plat as well as the rezone.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Again, any other questions? Mr. Nuxall, if you'd like, you can come up, but there's no reason for a rebuttal. If you good. Okay. And with that, looking for a motion on this? Commissioner Birch?
Based upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained in the staff report and the testimony from the public hearing, Commission recommends approval of project number 202500469 ZC-DA-S, subject to the conditions of approval
Commissioner
attached
Birch,
as exhibit.
sorry to interrupt you. I'm sorry, I was reading through the top. I do have people listed here. This is my maiden voyage. You'll have to excuse me. I've been here for 4 years, but I was reading the top of it. Is there Dennis Fox?
No comment, I'm good.
Okay. How about Tyler Varner? And the last name is Curtis. And with that, okay, I'm sorry. Commissioner Birch, go ahead.
Based upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained in the staff report and the testimony from this public hearing, the commission recommends approval of project number 202-500-469-ZC-DA-S, subject to the conditions of approval attached as Exhibit A and the revised preliminary plat received on August 11th, 2025.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Colson seconds. All in favor, please indicate, say aye.
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 Opposed? It's unanimous, passes. We'll move on to item number 4, application 2025-01317-CU Maverick Towers LLC. We'll turn it over to staff. Doug Holton.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, just a reminder, if there are a lot of people who are going to testify, you can just remind them, like, if they're opposed, if they're for, they can just do that. If they just do opposed or for, I don't think we really need any. We'll have the sign-in sheets anyway.
Thank you.
Okay, you're okay.
All righty. All righty. Planning and Zoning Commission, project number 2025-01317-CU is an application for a conditional use for a 170-foot commercial cell tower. The property is located at 16,000 South Curtis Road and contains approximately 38 acres. It is within the Rural Preservation District, and it is within CUNA's area of impact. The proposed commercial cell tower facility will occupy approximately 3,600 square feet of the property through a ground lease agreement with the property owner. There is an existing access road and a proposed access utility easement. Neighboring properties are mostly agricultural in use, with some residential uses. Properties to the north, east, and south are within the Rural Preservation District. CUNA city limits are directly to the west across South Curtis Road, and they are zoned industrial. The future land use for this property is industrial, making this proposal in compliance with CUNA's comprehensive plan. This slide shows further context of the property for the proposed commercial cell tower. And this slide shows further context. This slide shows the site plan, which features the tower setbacks, access, proposed utility easements, the ground lease area, fencing, and cell tower itself. Since the publication of the findings of fact and staff report, The applicant has requested that access come off of South Curtis Road instead of Cunamora Road due to the late comments received from ACHD. This slide shows the design of the proposed cell tower, its height, and antenna space for 3 other carriers. This slide shows that there are not any cell towers within a 2-mile radius of this proposed facility. Some of the agency comments received were from Central District Health, the City of Kuna, the Kuna Fire Department, and the Idaho Fish and Game. They either had no comments on this proposal or no objections to this proposal. The Ada County building official commented that a building permit will be required prior to construction. Some of the key conditions of approval are that the applicant shall obtain written approval from the Federal Aviation Administration, the Idaho Bureau of Aeronautics, and the Boise Airport. The applicant shall use solid fencing as a screening material, and based on late comments from the Ada County Highway District, should also be included as conditions of approval by this commission that the applicant shall pave the 2 existing driveways onto South Curtis Road its full width and a minimum of 30 feet into the site beyond the edge of the pavement on South Curtis Road. Direct lock access is prohibited to Cunamora Road. There will be an impact fee that is assessed and due prior to the issuance of any building permits. The applicant shall have a continuous obligation to ensure maintenance and upkeep of the tower facility. And a late comment was received from the Idaho Division of Aeronautics that should be included as a condition of approval by this commission that will require marking and lighting on top of the tower for aviation safety. Staff finds that this application complies with Ada County Code and recommends approval to the commission with the following additions to the conditions of approval as requested through late comments from ACHD and the Idaho Bureau of Aeronautics. The owner and applicant shall install marking and lighting on top of the tower facility for aviation safety. The owner and or applicant shall comply with Ada County Highway District's site-specific conditions of approval. And prior to a building permit is issued, the owner and or applicant shall provide an updated site plan that shows access coming off of South Curtis Road instead of Cunamora Road. This presentation will be an exhibit to the record, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for staff? Commissioner Blitman?
If the commission decides to follow your recommendations up there, would those become items 8 and 9? 8 are the new things,
The new conditions?
yeah, the new conditions, yeah, that recommendation. So that would be 3 more items, that would be 8, 9, and 10? Or are they sub-items up of the other part?
They would be added into this.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Rowley?
Question regarding the driveways into the site. I'm looking at this ACHD site-specific conditions of approval. They talk about paving 2 existing driveways into the site.
Yes.
There just happens to be 2 driveways into that small little parcel already?
Off of South Curtis, yes.
Off of Curtis?
Yep.
Okay. And both of those are intended for use in the final conditions?
They will be if you make that a condition of approval.
Okay.
Any other questions? Do you have on there where exactly on the site the tower will be located?
Yeah,
That's-
so about where the I is, where it says site, in this corner over here.
And then the road that's going to come off of Curtis, is it going to come through that sliver or it's going to come up from above?
I
It's
believe
gonna
it will
share.
come from the existing driveways on South Curtis. But that might be a better question for the applicant.
It just hasn't been decided yet?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Thank you very much. We'd like to have the applicant come forward. For those of you in the back, there is seating up here in front if you'd like to come have a sit on both sides, left and right. Please state your name and address.
Yeah, good evening, Andy Cockwell, 1815 North 11th Street, Boise, representing the applicant Maverick Towers. Looks like you guys have a busy night. I'm not going to take up a lot of your time, so one clarification on the driveway, it's just 2 approaches to one single driveway. but Ada County Highway District has requested that we pave an apron for both of them. So, and one other issue is the aeronautical division. I think we talked about that. Is that something we want to address after?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to get into it too much, but we agree with staff's recommendation and findings and seek your approval here tonight. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys might have. I also have my radio engineer available for any technical questions online. And I'll just wait for your questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions? Commissioner Rowley?
Question regarding site security. What measures do you plan on taking to keep people from accessing the tower itself and potentially climbing it?
Well, usually you 6-foot chain link and barbed wire, and then we post signs, trespassing signs. I do have cameras that monitor access, and we lock the gates, obviously. It's pretty standard for the industry.
It is surveilled 24/7?
It can be. I haven't really decided if that's necessary here. I don't think there's probably going to be a problem in this area. It's usually in higher demographic areas that have, crime issues.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cockle, thanks for coming. Good to see you. So of the conditions that have been outlined, do you have any issues with any of those, or are those all good to go as far as you're concerned?
Yeah, we agree with all of them. They're pretty standard.
Okay.
We're prepared to meet all of them.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
With that,
I have a
oh,
question.
sorry, Commissioner Blitman?
What is the existing use of the site? It looks like there's something in the middle of it.
It's just residential at this time. There's a single house. The rest is just 40 acres of open land.
Okay. And my next question is, did you have a neighborhood meeting and did anybody come?
I did have a neighborhood meeting. 2 people showed up in support of the tower. They're very happy this is coming. They have very horrible wireless coverage in the area. And I believe they even wrote a letter of support that you probably have a record of.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and call you back up if need be for a rebuttal.
Thank you.
I have 2 people listed here. Rex, now I know why he has trouble saying, Solbach from Sage Creek. How about Elver Mill?
Yes,
Would you like to come up and
yes, I would.
give us your name and address, and you've got 3 minutes.
My name is Elver Miller, and I live on 16900 South Curtis. And the Blacks Creek Reservoir Irrigation District System, we have irrigation ditches that do run through that land. And we do still have shareholders that get water out of those ditches when water is available. And I see that they have orange stake markers out in our ditches as well. And I'm not sure, since I live far enough down the road, we don't get notified about any meetings. You have to be within 300 feet, and I think that's a ruling that needs to really change for a lot of people, because it affects everybody. And the saying is, you give an inch, everybody takes a mile. We don't have resources out there for lots of things. Maybe this is just a cell tower, but eventually everything needs water and other resources, and the neighbor that lives straight across the street, he just got done putting in a new well less than 2 months ago. He's probably going to be in a battle with City of Kuna over it. Those who were there first have designated rights first. But that is open range land still, and there are livestock that does run out there every once in a while. And yes, I'm opposed to it. I don't want to look at it every day. I've been driving 25 years to go out there for a reason, and that's to stay away from the city and the city life. And it just keeps encroaching, and nobody seems to really care, and they don't care because it doesn't affect them. And it's a 40-acre ruling out there for a residence to have a home. And so that's the reason why there's one house on 40 acres. And it was only residential wells that used to be able to be drilled. You couldn't drill an irrigation well. And it just seems like as it comes along, Somebody offers big money, and it's all about the money. Who's gonna get what tax money? Who's this? It's all about the dollar. And I'm kind of really tired of it. So, you know, people have moved out there for a reason. They didn't want to put up with the city stuff or look at it. And there's not a purpose for a cell tower. As much as he may want to think and everything else, everybody likes to think cell phones are needed. This is that's needed. If they were really needed in life, why do you and I exist? Because if our ancestors had needed them, we wouldn't be here. Technology is not always the best thing for people. We've really lost the communication of educating our brain. And we rely on cell phones and everything else to do it for us. But, and the neighbor across the street, he doesn't want to look at it either. And so he moved out there a year and a half ago for a reason, to be away from the city. But that's the reason why it looks like my time's up. But so, thank you.
Thank you for coming in.
I have one
Any
question.
questions?
Excuse me.
Hold on, we have a question
Would
for
you
you.
repeat the name of the irrigation district for me so I can write
It's
it down?
Blacks Creek Reservoir Irrigation District.
Black Street?
Blacks
Creek.
Creek Reservoir.
Yes, and so that reservoir, it's closer to the interstate and Blacks Creek, and it feeds through there. But the irrigation ditch runs right through there, and it feeds the city of Cuna. City of Cuna is the shareholder. I mean, not city of Cuna, excuse me, the city of Boise for their policeman's shooting range.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to
Yep.
make sure I had the right vocabulary.
Thank you very much for coming in. Anybody else that would like to testify on this matter? I do have one person online, Stephen Kennedy. Yeah.
Stephen is the engineer for the application, so
Okay.
he's just online to answer it and text
Oh,
me.
all righty. Do you have any other? With that, we'll go back to staff. Any questions remaining for staff? Commissioner Birch.
The applicant had mentioned something about what, aeronautics? So can you explain what's going on there?
Yeah, part of the requirements for a commercial cell tower is you have to transmit to the Boise Airport and the Department of Aeronautics, and they responded with a late comment. I think it's Exhibit 38, explaining that they've reviewed the application and just had some minor suggestions, which include lighting. And do you have any other specific questions about that?
So the suggestions have not been yet added, or?
No, that is up to the commission to add because they were late comments and weren't included in the conditions of approval.
Any other questions? Go, Commissioner Blitman.
Yeah, the comment that the gentleman made about the Blacks Creek Irrigation District, it's pretty typical that I see that we transmit the plans to the irrigation districts and then in existing irrigation, either waterways or drainage ditches are needing to be maintained. So have we had that conversation with the applicant?
No, we have not.
Okay, so I guess the applicant can address that when they come up.
Any others? I have one question. As far as the, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Murphy.
Mr. Holton, would this be the tallest antenna in the county? 170 foot?
It is taller than most cell towers, but I can't give a specific answer to that. I do know radio towers are taller than cell towers.
Got it. And then another question is, I know sometimes when these towers stick out like a sore thumb, they tend to beautify them, and it's a poor attempt to make it look like a tree or something. But I don't know, sometimes that helps or at least mitigate the visual displeasure. Was that discussed at all, or is that something that could be looked at?
I have not discussed that with anybody because I did not get any comments from neighbors suggesting that. So I just moved forward with the application.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, Mr. Hold'em, as far as where the tower's going to be located, is there a chance where that could be moved somewhere else, or why is that location right there being chosen?
I think that is a better question for the applicant. But I do know that this general area was located due to the lack of cell service out there and the continued development of industrial uses in that area.
Yeah, I was speaking specifically on that lot, but you're right, I'll ask the applicant on that.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Commissioner Blitman.
I am having problems finding the aeronautics report. So is it included in the big packet or is it somewhere else?
It's included as a memo in the late exhibits.
Okay.
Any
So
other?
it's under the memo?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay. With that, we could have the applicant, oh, well, let's have, we could have testimony, public testimony first. Oh, okay. Sorry. Are those anybody who would like to speak on the matter, please come up.
I think we should be done, yeah.
Find the right paperwork here.
I think you're ready for the
I think so.
rebuttal.
We are ready for the applicant to come back up.
Just to address the comments.
Go
from
ahead
the-
and give your name and address.
I'm sorry, Andy Cockle, 1815 North 11th Street, Boise. The comments from the gentleman before me, we work with all the water districts in the valley to identify above ground, below ground easements for water rights and waterways. And this particular area wasn't identified as a waterway from our surveyors. And the site of the tower is, I would say, probably a good 100 feet away from the canal that he's talking about. And usually the easements for waterways are 50 feet of center from an underground pipe or a canal. So we made sure, even though it wasn't of record on survey or title, that we stayed well away from it. Our facility doesn't utilize any water. There's no water use with a cell tower. So we don't feel there's gonna be any impact from the cell tower and any water use on the property. In regards to the aeronautical study, I have FAA approval for this tower. It doesn't require any lighting or marking. I work with Flo at the Aeronautics Division on all my projects, and he reviews the FAA report and then does an independent study based on that report. Unfortunately, he did a study on the wrong location. He has my tower up near the Boise Airport. I've tried to reach him in the last several days to get a correction on that, but I haven't been able to reach him, so I think it was just an error on his part, and I'm sure he'll rectify that as soon as he's aware of it. But the FAA has concluded that there's no air hazard at this particular location, and there's no lighting or marking required. And I'd be happy to answer any other questions you guys might have.
Are there any other questions? Commissioner Blitman.
I kind of want to make this one and done kind of thing. And so because we have uncertainty about the aeronautics, I'd like to recommend that there be a condition that you get their approval, which you're going to get anyway.
Of course.
So I would like to make that a condition.
That's
And
right.
then we want to make sure that there's no disruption of existing waterways, for the water. And so we'd want to recommend that you investigate that and come back with, you agree to whatever existing waterways are recorded that they're,
Yeah, I'm confident it's not going to be an issue, and I agree to that.
yeah. And then there were 3 extra conditions that were on the presentation. So instead of saying you're going to install marking and lighting on the top, you're going to meet the FAA regulations.
Right.
would be that condition 8. And comply with ACHD and updated site plan that shows access.
Yeah, I'm already working on
And
that.
then the irrigation district, you'll meet all the irrigation
Yes, I will.
requirements. So,
So just to clarify, the irrigation district would be one that you would want to add back on there and be a fourth one?
yeah, but one of them was already there. So the aeronautics is the first one.
Yeah, oh, but you're talking about
So there-
irrigation, though.
So there'd be 4 extra conditions
Okay.
that I
All
would.
right. Yeah, it'd be 4 instead of 3. Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? I have one. So the power that's coming into the tower, that's not going to interfere with any canals or anything else?
No, it's going to come off of Cunamora Road, and it'll come directly into the site. And the canal that he's discussing is to the south of the proposed site by quite a ways. I'm not sure the exact distance, but we sited it out of the way just because I knew there was a canal there. And like I said, usually we investigate that and contact the authority, water authority on that, and make sure we're not encroaching on any of their right-of-way.
Okay. And just one more to follow up. The location, it makes sense you'd want it next to Cunamora Road, just it's easy access getting in there. Because of the new access from Curtis Road, is it possible to move that to another location that would be less
The access
visible?
really wasn't the issue, it was the landlord mostly. That's where he wanted it on his property. He has future plans for the property, and I don't know if you're aware that Cunamora Road is designated as a future expressway. And the entire area is under CUNA's comprehensive plan for an industrial zoning. And so he's anticipating that down the road, this whole area will be industrial. And he wants to be able to subdivide it when that time comes. So this is where he recommended that it works on his property. So the new access coming off of Curtis will not be an issue. It's already a road that kind of meanders through the property. We'll probably just have to do a little improvement to it, but this is an unmanned facility, so it has very frequent vehicle access, maybe a technician once a month to come out and tweak a radio or make sure everything's okay, but it doesn't have a lot of traffic.
All right, very good. Any other questions?
There was, can I go ahead? There was one question about if this tower was a lot higher than other towers in the area.
I wouldn't say that. I would say in the higher demographic areas, towers are usually somewhere between 100 and 120 feet. When you get into more of a rural setting like this, they usually go up in height anywhere from 200 to 300 feet. I kept the height at the minimum requirement to meet the radio frequency coverage objectives for the area, and that was 165 feet. And then it also provides space for other carriers to co-locate below it. So I don't try and build something larger than needs to be. But in this particular rural area, this setting out here, this is the height that's required to meet the radio frequency coverage objective.
Thank you.
Any others? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stand ready for a motion then.
I can make a motion.
All right, we're
If you'll
looking
give
for
me
a
minute.
motion on the,
It's going to take me just a minute to get it organized.
oh, it's-
So based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained therein and the testimony from today's public hearing, I move the commission approve projects number 2025-01317-CU, subject to the conditions of approval attached as Exhibit A with the following changes. Condition 8 will be added, so saying that the owner or an applicant shall get approval from the FAA regarding the conditions for the aviation safety. And condition number 9 is that the owner and or applicant shall comply with all of ACHD's site-specific conditions of approval that were provided to us this evening. And the 8, 9, number 10, the owner and or applicant shall provide an updated site plan that shows access showing off of Curtis Road. And then condition number 11 is the applicant shall work with all irrigation districts to determine that there are no irrigation ditches or waterways being impacted by this site.
We have a motion for approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Rowley, second. Commissioner Blitman, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, I think we've all heard a lot tonight, so I'm going to just pass.
Okay. And Commissioner Rowley, would you like to?
No further comment.
Okay. With that, we'll take a vote. Those in favor of approval, please indicate, say yes. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And I say aye. Passively. Unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll move on. Application number 2025-01356, ZADA PBA, Brandon Bro. We will turn that over to staff. Ms. Owens?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Tonight, I'm going to be presenting application 2025-01356 ZCDA PBA, which is an application by Brandon Bro and Devin Piscatelli for a zone change from rural preservation to rural residential with a development agreement and a property boundary adjustment. So this project is located primarily off North Willow Creek Road, north of the intersection with West Quarter Drive. Eagle City Limits and BLM land borders the subject property to the north. That's this light pink color here. This is a closer view of the site, which consists of 3 properties addressed 5707, 5735, and 6021 North Willow Creek Road. In total, the properties consist of approximately 41.5 acres. To provide some context for the zoning landscape in the area, 2 of the 3 subject properties are already zoned rural residential. The third property, which we'd be considering for the rezone, is 5735 North Willow Creek Road, and it's zoned rural preservation. However, it's already undersized for the RP zone at approximately 18.5 acres. The applicants are proposing to rezone this property to rural residential and bring it into conformance with the minimum lot size of 10 acres for that district. As you can see on this slide, most of the surrounding zoning in the county in this area is already rural residential. So this property is not located within an area of city impact. The Ada County Future Land Use Map designates most of the property as large lot, single-family residential. A small portion of the property, which you can see to the north here, is designated as rangeland. However, a 10-acre property size could allow for some continued grazing, and most of these properties have already been developed as rural residential properties. Therefore, this proposed rezone is considered consistent with Ada County's comprehensive plan. Additionally, this proposal supports Ada County's goals of allowing limited residential development in unincorporated areas outside of areas of city impact. The applicant is also proposing, instead of a subdivision, a property boundary adjustment to reduce the size of the rezoned property from approximately 18.5 acres to roughly 11.5 acres, and then increasing the size of the 2 adjacent properties to about 15.5 acres each. The property boundary adjustment will allow for each property of the 3 to meet the minimum required lot size for the rural residential district, which you can see that layout here. So this application was transmitted to relevant agencies, and we received the following responses. The Ada County building official had no objection, but wanted to note that this is located within the wildland urban fire interface. Idaho Fish and Game had no comments on the application. Strategic planning indicated that the project complies with the comprehensive plan, and the Ada County surveyor just wanted some minor edits to the draft record of survey before recording. There were no public comments received on the application, and the only conditions of approval that are relevant here are just some minor adjustments to that record of survey to comply with the Ada County surveyor's comments. So given that, staff finds that the application complies with code and suggests that the commission recommend approval of this application to the board, subject to the conditions of approval, findings of fact, and conclusions of law. I will add this presentation to the record as an exhibit, and I stand for any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Any questions for staff? Commissioner Blitman.
I wondered if City of Eagle had anything to say about this project?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blitman, no, they had no comments. This isn't in their impact area, even though it does abut city limits. That's BLM land primarily.
Okay. And then the condition that you had on your last slide, is that included in the list of conditions that are already here?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blitman, yes, it's a little more specific actually in the findings with what edits are needed, but yeah, it's just some minor edits that the surveyor requires before recording.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Just one quick one. So just, you shed your plat map up there real quickly. So it looked like everything was close to 15 acres.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that's correct. It seems like one of them is actually going down to about 11 acres. It was about 18, and it's going down to 11. The other two are being slightly increased up to 15 each.
Very good. Thank you very much. With that, we invite the applicant to come up. Please state your name and address. You'll have 15 minutes.
My name is Brandon Bro. I live at 5707 Willow Creek Road. Me and my neighbor purchased this property from our other neighbor with the idea that we would increase our land and rezone it and then sell off the house in 10 acres. Everything she said is pretty cut and dry. I don't have anything to add to that.
Any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Murphy?
Mr. Bro, yeah. So you and your neighbor
Yes, Devin
bought
Piscatelli.
all three properties or just two properties?
No, I have owned that property, 5707, for
Gotcha.
15 years, and he lives at the other property.
So,
And then our other neighbor came to us and was going to sell,
gotcha.
and so we decided to.
So your other neighbor lives at Stillwell's old place over there?
Yes, Devin Piscatelli lives in Stillwell's old place.
Okay,
yes.
got it. Thank you.
Any other questions? So I have one. So if you're going to keep the two houses, you're only going to be adding one residence then on, you're going to,
We're not adding any residents. We bought the 20 acres or the 18 acres and a house that was on it that someone lived in, and we're just going to resell the house in 10 acres.
okay, so with the zone, the lot adjustments, it sounded like you had two to begin with, but you actually had three lots and then you just adjusted them all.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Figured out. Any other questions? Thank you very much, and we'll invite you back up for rebuttal afterwards. With that, we open the public testimony. I have a few names here. If you'd like to come forward and state your name and address. I have Melissa Christian. Okay. I bet all of these then are, how about Rita Sherman? Everybody signed the wrong one. Okay. And you're I'm going to go down the list. So it's Sydney Salabanks, Ann Bolin, Tom Birchta, Cheryl Birchta. Okay. Were you here for another one? Okay. You signed the wrong one. All right. Is there anybody who would like to speak to this application? If you please come forward. Okay. With that, we invite if the applicant would like to come back up, we certainly, we're going to go back to staff. Any questions for staff?
I don't think so.
Okay. And if you'd like to come up and say anything else, you're welcome, but it doesn't like there'd be a reason for that. So with that, we'll close the public testimony. We'd be looking for a motion for
Mr. Chair.
approval, denial, or tabling. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes, sir. Based on the findings and facts and conclusions of law contained herein in the testimony from the public hearing, the board approves project 2025-1356-ZC-DA-PBA, subject to the conditions of approval attached as Exhibit A and the draft record of survey dated July 24th, 2025.
We have a motion for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Colson? Commissioner Murphy, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just real quick. I know this area very well. I probably live a little bit, I don't know, half a mile south of here. And all of the properties in this area are, or most of the properties are 5 acres and rural residential because that's what it was years ago. So the fact that they're 10, 11, 12 and trying to get rural residential, I think conforms to the local neighborhood and good. It seems like a good project and a good way to make some bucks. So thank you.
Commissioner Colson, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, I don't think, no, everything he said is good. It fits the area.
Okay, with that, we'll take a vote. Those in favor of approval, please say aye.
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 Opposed? And I say aye also. Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 6 on the agenda, but it's item number 2025-01495, CPA, ZOA. And we'll turn the time over to staff. Mr. Priest?
There it is. Sorry about that. They keep changing the system on us. It's more confusing every time, I think. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, for the record, Stacy Dupree, Development Services. Tonight's item before you is application 2025-01495-CPA-ZOA. It is for a comprehensive plan map and text amendment and a zoning ordinance amendment. This project is for a modification to the City of Cuna's comprehensive plan and future land use map. And this is to reestablish the Cuna area of impact. Idaho State Statute 67-6526 regarding areas of impact went into effect in July of 2025 this year, which requires cities to reestablish their areas of impact with the county by December 31st, 2025. So this is the first of the several that you're going to be seeing here before too long. The City of Cuna amended their future land use map on June 17, 2025 by resolution number R44-2025 and submitted their request to Ada County on July 23, 2025. The modified area of impact for the City of Cuna is shown here in light purple, and the Cuna city limits is shown in light brown. This area of impact has been reduced by approximately 876 acres since the last time that we adopted their area of impact. There were 7 parcels that were de-annexed from the City of Cuna, thereby reducing the area of impact, and these parcels are all owned by a single property owner and as affected properties in the reduction of the Cuna area of impact. The property owner was notified by mail on tonight's public hearing as required in the new statute. As outlined in the findings of fact document and as shown on this slide, the procedural process has been followed and completed with the P&Z public hearing being set on July 31st, 2025. For tonight's public hearing, agency transmittals were also sent out on July 31st. The property owner of the affected parcels was notified by mail on August 20th, and a public service announcement was sent out on August 27th. And the 2 public notices that were published in Idaho Press were on August 23rd and August 30th, obviously of 2025. This comprehensive map and text amendment is also compliant with the 3 goals outlined in the findings of fact document, and as shown here, which these goals support updating comprehensive plans in coordination with the cities and other entities and supporting land use and development policies and adopted comprehensive plans. Updating and adopting the amendment to the future land use map helps ensure that land use decisions made by Ada County within Cuna's area of impact are in accordance with the city's vision for the area and is in compliance with State Code 67-6526. There were only 4 written responses received, and there were no objections by any of the entities. Staff recommends, the commission recommend approval of 2025-01495-CPA-ZOA to the Board of County Commissioners. I'll stand for any questions, and this will be added as exhibit number 17.
Do we have any questions for staff? Commissioner Birch.
Stacy, as I read through the materials, I was trying to figure out why CUNA wants to scale back. On one of the maps, can you show me where the Jasper Solar property is?
Those properties will be included, or are intended to be included in the Jasper Solar project. And since solar is not allowed in an area of impact, they were approached by the city of Cuna, and Cuna said, yes, we'll let you de-annex from the city.
So I'm sorry, so is all of the area that is being carved out the Jasper Solar?
That I am unaware of. I don't know exactly how many properties Jasper Solar has intentions on. I just know that these properties are owned by the state of Idaho Corrections, and they were the only ones that were part of the impact area that were de-annexed.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? You are the applicant too, so
Correct. Development Services is the applicant on this. It is not, I mean, the city of Cuna requests that we adopt their plan, but we are the actual applicant on this.
okay, very good. Is there anybody in the public would like to make public testimony if they come forward? I'm not seeing any, and since you are the applicant, any other questions for staff for the applicant?
Just to follow up on Commissioner Birch's question, these are all properties that are owned by the Idaho Department of Corrections.
Yes, that is correct.
And so they would be properties that we typically wouldn't be having any sort of development or housing on.
That is correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, no other questions. At this point, we'd be looking for a motion, then of approval, denial, or table.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Blitman.
Based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained therein, the commission, I move that the commission recommends approval of project number 2025-01495-CPA-ZOA to the board.
We have a motion for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Rowley, second. Commissioner Blitman, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I happened to be in CUNA's planning and zoning meeting when this came through in June for another issue. And so there wasn't any opposition there. There's no opposition here. So it seems to be something that will be mutually beneficial to the state of Idaho and to other people. So that makes sense.
Commissioner Rowley, would you like to?
No further comments.
Okay. With that, we'll take a vote. Those in favor of the motion to approve, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? And I say aye. And the application passes. Does anybody need a break, or are we going to keep going?
We'll do a 5-minute break.
Okay. We're going to just take a 5-minute break here for the big event coming up next. So we'll meet back here in about 20 after the hour.
Good job.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think we'll just have to start talking, and I think people will catch on.
If
So,
we would like to begin, would you please take your seats? Yeah, gavel. I don't have a gavel, I just have a microphone. Here we go. Thank you. As we go into this next application, we have a lot of people listed who want to speak, and you'll get 3 minutes. If what you want to say has already been said, and sometimes several times before you, we would encourage you, if you want to just stand up and say, I oppose, I'm in favor of, and that would be good enough. Again, we don't want to discourage you from not coming forward. You'll have 3 minutes. It's a real mixed crowd here of opposed and in favor, so we'd ask that you stay civil. We won't tolerate clapping, cheering, booing. You will be asked to leave. So we ask that, and I think, taking where you're all from, I think it's a very civil group, and you seem to all know each other, so, and it's a very civil sound out there right now, so I'm not worried about that, but let's stay on track here. And again, you can just, if you'd like to, you may just stand up and say in favor or opposed, and we'll record that here. So we'll begin with, this is application 2025-01185-CU-MSP, Seven Gates Investment LP, and we will turn it over to staff. Mr. Holton, go ahead.
yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Good evening. Before I jump into the presentation and the overview of the project, in advance, while you guys were on break, I did hand out a small packet of additional public comments. I had somebody reach out, I believe it was yesterday. They had reviewed the application materials that had been posted online and did not see their comment. When I took a look, I found 9 additional public comments that were submitted in a timely fashion, but our information technology anti-spam software had done its job and collected these 9 comments. I do want to make sure that they're entered into the public record, and you can consider those this evening. I'll just quickly highlight who these came from. So we received a letter of support from Bruce Vanderbo, a letter of opposition from Chris Honnold, and a letter of opposition from Jill Honnold, a letter of support from Matthew Archer Sr., a letter of support from Tiffany Wilkie, a letter of support from Alexis Scott, a letter of support from Bert Rivera, a letter of opposition from Ann Boline, and finally a letter of opposition from Laurel Thomas. So that's what's in the packet. A copy was provided to the applicant in advance of the public hearing tonight. So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, as the Chairman said, this is an application submitted by Seven Gates Investment Limited Partnership for the establishment of an outdoor shooting range. Let's see if I can get my slides working here. The subject property includes approximately 1,363 acres located generally along the northeastern line of the county. This is essentially generally west or northwest of the Hidden Springs planned community or the Dry Creek Valley there. This is a property that does have an active code enforcement case. I believe this application is in response to that case. The applicant is proposing 2 shooting range locations. They are approximated on the screen and as the green dots with the subject property outlined in red. And we do have a map with property ownership as well for reference. So, Mr. Chairman, this is, Commissioners, this is the first page of the submitted master site plan. I'm going to zoom in on the colored graphic in the center of the screen. As you can see, the subject property takes access from North Cartwright Road. Each of the proposed range locations, the existing location, proposed range location number 1 and 2, take access from what is, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right, but Arata Ranch Road, which is just a gravel access road to adjacent property in the back and probably provides access to this site as well. But So this is the information that we received for access to the two range locations, just these red dashed lines. As far as the second page of the master site plan provides some detail on the north western range location. And let me zoom in a little bit here. So you can see that there's two sub areas here. They've identified shooting standing areas with target stands and backstops, each accompanied by 2 earthen berms and some hashed parking areas. And that's the level of detail that's been provided with the master site plan application. And if we look at the current, earlier this year, this was a Google image that was captured that shows this area as it currently, or at least existed at the beginning of this year. You can see that there have been some improvements there, and this is the area that we anticipate has been used already for shooting range purposes as well. There is a third area you can see over here to the right that is not included in this application. I don't have any details of specifically what that is used for, but these 2 areas are what is included in the proposal that's before you. Just to give you an idea or feel for topography, this is just a 3D rendering from Google Earth. You can see those 2 areas that are proposed. The firing direction, you've got north and kind of a westerly direction. You have topography that backs each of those locations. There's significant topography that would lend itself well to a shooting range design here. So there's some topography there that helps with design. And then the second location, this was kind of proposed somewhat after the initial application. The applicant had indicated in an addendum that they submitted that they were going to start to transition a lot of the primary operations from Valiant's training to the second location, just simply as a deliberate step taken out of respect for neighbors in the community. So this location, again, has similar design elements. You've got multiple parking areas, a primary parking area along the north, then on the eastern side, a couple secondary parking areas. Berms throughout with standing and shooting areas with backstops and targets as well. This location, again, I should have zoomed in here for you, apologize. But this location, again, this is earlier in 2025. This is what this particular site looks like. And again, for topography purposes, in July of this year, this photograph was taken. You can again see that the site here, the topography again, lends itself well for shooting range design. You can see that some grading has already taken place at this location. There is also what appears to be a berm on the backside or the eastern boundary of the property in this location as well that's been constructed. And here's another view of this site. And then if you look to the north, or if you turn right, if you're standing here, you can look up, you can see the what looks like maybe an original access road that has a fairly steep grade, and then a newly cut road that has some switchbacks that appears to come down to the side as well. So in terms of public comments, you can anticipate that there were a fair number submitted, both in opposition, both in support of the proposal. I know you're going to hear a lot from individuals tonight, so I'll provide you with just a quick high-level summary of what a lot of the concerns, at least as far as comments in opposition, folks expressed concerns with fire risk, noise impacts, increased traffic and road safety, environmental and wildlife impacts to property values and insurability, impacts to recreational and community assets, and then applicant conduct and unpermitted operation. Then on the kind of the other side, a lot of public comments in support. A lot of folks expressed sentiments of appreciation for the Valiance team and their safety and professionalism, the community benefit that they provide, fire prevention measures that they have in place, their low noise impact, economic benefits, property rights and faith-based values, and environmental stewardship. In terms of agency comments that we received in response to the transmittal that we sent out. We received a comment from the Ada County engineer requesting additional details for access roads. The Ada County building official indicated that building permits would be required if buildings were constructed. None are proposed. The Ada County Comprehensive Planning Team commented about the future land use map and applicable goals and policies. The Central District Health Department indicated that a sewage system approval would be required if they installed any restrooms or plumbing. Eagle Fire Department indicated that fire access and turnaround requirements have been met and that a written wildfire mitigation plan would be required. And then the Ada County Parks and Waterways Advisory Board expressed concerns just with incompatibility with adjacent conservation areas and recreational trails, inadequate wildfire risk mitigation measures, and the lack of noise impact analysis and sound reduction solutions. So in terms of an evaluation of the Ada County Code, both of the required findings for the master site plan and conditional use findings require that the proposed use comply with any applicable specific use standards in the code. And so in our case for shooting ranges, there's a small list of specific standards. The very first one that stood out the most in the analysis was this one. Basically, an outdoor range is required to be outside of a wildlife habitat area as depicted in the Ada County Comprehensive Plan. So very explicit for that requirement. The Ada County Comprehensive Plan on pages 32 and 33 does have this sensitive wildlife and ecological areas map. It essentially identifies 3 different primary wildlife habitat areas or ecological areas. And when we take a look at the subject property and its location, it's approximated with a red dot, and so it is located within one of the designated wildlife habitat areas. So this particular finding, along with all the other findings of fact that are detailed in the draft document that was presented for your consideration, based on that, staff is recommending denial of this request, and I'd be happy to stand for questions. I will note that all the comments from the public that I provided you, as well as this presentation, will be exhibits to the public record.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for staff? Commissioner Rowley?
Yeah, Richard, going back to the very beginning when you were describing the situation, did I hear you correctly that they're operating a gun range up there now, but it's not permitted, or what? Can you expand on that again?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Rowley, yeah. So there was an active code enforcement complaint. Code enforcement officers took a look. There was a letter issued by the Ada County prosecuting attorney indicating that there was a violation for operating a shooting range without permits, which hence we believe is why the applicant's here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How long do we think that they've been back there shooting on their property?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Murphy, I don't have an exact date. You look at the public comments that have been submitted. It's difficult to say if folks have been training with the Valiance group at the site, but it appears based on some of the research that was done since potentially 2004, sometime in 2024, not back to 2004. 2024 is a potential duration, but it could be longer, it could be shorter. I don't have an exact date, though.
Right, but really it's whenever the first complaint came in would be the only way to set that time frame as far as we're concerned, right?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioners, it's hard to set a time frame. Again, you may hear from the property owner that he likes to go out and use his property and bring friends on and shoot firearms on the site. So it's difficult to distinguish when it may have transitioned from friends to something bigger or something more.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Just one. In the findings, there's a comment that there's evidence that this application would impede normal development of the surrounding properties. Are you familiar with that? That I guess as there's going to be development growing that way. And it didn't say absolutely there would be a problem, but that there is evidence that it might have some effect on future development in the area.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that was primarily based off the public comments that we received. There were a lot of concern with the impacts that it could have on the future development, the enjoyment of property, undue adverse impacts, those type of things were expressed by a lot of folks that are in close proximity to the site.
Okay, very good. Any other questions? If not, we'll have the applicant come forward, state your name and address, and you'll have 15 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Mike Forsyth. My address is 15401 North Cartwright Road. Commissioners, I ask you to approve the conditional use permit application before you. That is to approve the use of a private resource used by private individuals on private property for private use. Some call it a shooting range, and that's what we've discussed today. Let me provide some background context, and this will answer your question. This private resource has been used since 1983 for the discharge of firearms in all areas of the property by the landowner and the applicant. The applicant and his partners and family members have actively used these locations since that time throughout the property. The applicant does not believe this application is necessary, and here's why. The private resource tonight does not meet the definition in the code necessary to render it a shooting range. Look through the definitions. It does not meet the definition. Furthermore, the applicant has never received a code citation, a ticket, or a legal complaint necessary to permit a hearing or a finding of fact by a court of competent jurisdiction to conclude otherwise. Unfortunately, this body does not have the jurisdiction and power to make such a finding in this matter. So the question as to whether or not this is a shooting range will not be addressed. While the applicant does not believe that this private resource is a shooting range, nor has any court held otherwise, the applicant agreed to undergo this permit process because Ada County Development Services expressly informed the applicant that it would not process and approve the applicant's application to build a home on the property until this process has been taken up and resolved. But no resolution method has been provided to the applicant from Ada County. It is vague and unclear. Now, the application consists of the two private resource locations called shooting ranges that you saw. It's solely used by the applicant and invited guests. Okay, of that resource use, 40% is Valence Firearms Training, 40% is churches and school security teams, 20% is the applicant and friends. The range is not public. It is not commercial. The range use is free to these individuals. It is without cost. There is no exchange of money. It is not a business. There is no business location, residence, or structure nearby this range that is associated. The resources are located in the bottom of a canyon, as you saw from the topographical information. Both resources are surrounded by 360 degrees of 100-foot tall hills. There's no physical way for a bullet accidentally missing a target to travel off-site. The resources have either turf or dirt ground covering mitigating fire and erosion, have backstops of tires and dirt, the dirt again in excess of 100 feet high behind the targets. These hills act as natural barriers to prevent bullets from leaving the target area and act as sound mitigation. The resources each have fire extinguishers on site, shovels for emergency use, and have been actively dished around them for fire control. The applicant routinely disks fire breaks around the property, abating fire both originating elsewhere and on site. The most recent fires in the area have been caused by applicant's neighbors. The applicant controlled burns each year, has water trucks ready to fight a fire and protect its own resources. No neighbor in Rolling Hills, Hidden Springs, Dry Creek Ranch, Arado Ranch, or Cartwright Ranch has taken the effort, intentional preparedness to mitigate fire, has anywhere near the resources to protect their property than the applicant. Private resource has specific limitations to the ammunitions used on site, and those will be addressed by someone else. The private resource use is typically between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. and generally only occurring 4 days a week for approximately 2 hours per day. A thank you to Ms. Banks-Rusby, who corrected my decimal placing, but if you're doing the math, that amounts to only 4.7% of any given week. This private resource is in use. Ample parking is provided by the acreage surrounding. Now, I want to address the chief concerns of those who are opposed to this project. Sound. The applicant has performed sound testing using professional sound equipment at both private resource locations to measure and to both nearest residents and the Rolling Hills subdivisions. These distances are 600 yards, 1 mile, and 1.5 miles respectively. Here are the following results. The resource closest to Cartwright Road to the closest Cartwright Road residence during the discharge of firearms, the sound measured 34 decibels. While the ambient noise of birds chirping, with no discharge of firearms, the sound was 72 decibels. While the discharge of firearms can be heard, it is not loud, it is not uncomfortable, and in comparison, the average backyard sound level in the city is 82 decibels. In measuring the sound level of the nearest residential location to the second private resource, the Orada Ranch, the sound was 44 decibels. The sound level at the Rolling Hills subdivision, the closest residential subdivision, was merely 35 decibels. For comparison, 52 decibels is the sound level of moderate rainfall. Quieter than a flushing toilet or a refrigerator, and traffic noise is 80 decibels. This level is sufficiently low that the desire for tranquility for those who ride bicycles on the trails located over a mile away is satisfied. Fire. The responding fire department, Eagle Fire specifically, the deputy fire marshal, has been on site. He has approved the location and the mitigation efforts and the limitations taken by the applicant. As you can see from the letter from John Franisconi, Deputy Fire Marshal of Eagle Fire, which is directly responsible for responding to any fire in this area, the applicant has performed extensive mitigation efforts and actively manages the underlying parcel to mitigate fire risk, whether originating on his parcel or a neighbor's parcel. While the opposing parties have provided their own experts in fire, neither of their experts has seen the private resource, the private property, the extensive mitigation efforts, or even spoken to the applicant regarding this matter. Because these experts have failed in these regards and failed to consider the extreme low chance of fire ignition based on the use, they lack the ability to accurately speak to the application and subject matter. The comments made by Ms. Pierce regarding ammunition-caused fires show she has not considered the mitigation efforts already in place and is unfamiliar with firearms. Moreover, the applicant has procured a wildfire safety plan from Jerry McAdams after a first-hand site visit to assist in fire mitigation efforts. No opposing opinion has visited the site, while every professional who has been on site has found it to be quite satisfactory to their concerns. Traffic. Now, statements have been made and promulgated throughout the neighborhoods nearby that this use will increase traffic on residential streets. That's simply not the case. Access to the private resource comes directly from Orada Ranch Road, a private road owned by the applicant, which takes access from Cartwright Road. Cartwright Road is a rural county road, is classified by development plans, ACHD, and the Compass 2040 functional classification map as a rural collector road. As such, Cartwright Road is designed and intended for traffic of up to 10,000 vehicles per day. Any minor increase in traffic on Cartwright Road falls well within its design capacity. The position that walking on a county road becomes uncomfortable when there is traffic is insufficient to deny this application. Walking on a county road is an inherently dangerous proposition, and those undertaking it must balance their desires and risks. The addition of 20 cars traveling the road twice daily, 4 days a week, is an increase of 40 trips daily, 160 trips weekly, and does not greatly increase either traffic or risk to pedestrians, considering the road is designed for up to 10,000 trips daily. Trail and bike safety. The private resources have no line of sight to any trails, hiked or biked, because there's no line of sight. Because the backstops and hills surrounding the private resources are 360 degrees in excess of 100 feet, bullets are fully contained within the resource. There is no safety risk to hikers and bikers. Wildlife habitat. Now, this is the issue singled out by the staff report as a cause for denial. And you'll see on page 6 of the staff report. However, on page 5 of the staff report, you'll read, as the outdoor shooting range is proposed to be utilized year-round, which may deter deer from utilizing this range area, is not compatible. The staff report uses extremely weak language because there are no facts provided. There is no basis. There is no evidence, support for, or examples of this occurring or likely to occur. Because there's no reasoning to support the conclusion should not be adhered to. There is no reason to believe this will occur, as eyewitnesses can attest that deer are actively wandering the hills unaffected by the activity on this private resource. They wander off and they come back. Moreover, this range area referred to in the staff report is a total of 2.76 acres located in the middle of 1,363 acres. That compromises 0.2% of the applicant's underlying property. I encourage you also to look at the Community and Regional Planners Letter, page 104 of the full staff report. It states, as the proposed shooting range will be located on a small portion of the property and will allow the larger remaining portion of the property to be used, it is compatible with the adopted future land use map. This is an incredibly small portion used, and of that, an incredibly small period of time being used in this manner. Additionally, in reviewing fish and game harvest reports for Unit 39, which the underlying property falls into, for the past 2 years, we see that there were 123 more deer harvested in 24 over 23, 7 more elk harvested in 24 over 23, and that indicates that these animals are not being adversely affected and deterred from this area. Moreover, Fish and Game continues to issue depredation tags to landowners in this wildlife area to strategically reduce the herd sizes. These depredation tags are for female-only animals, designed to reduce that herd size. The herds are overwhelming in this area. The facts indicate there is no disruption to these herds at any time of the year. Again, because there's no reasoning supporting the staff's conclusion and recommendation, because the overall size of the private resource is incredibly minor and the amount of use incredibly small, and because the herds have shown to be active, and there is no disruption to the utilization of this area, I strongly urge you to discard the conclusion and approve this application. Now, I want to address the staff report and the findings of fact. Reviewing the findings of fact, I direct you to page 3, section H, subsection 1. The staff report makes certain statements about the policies and goals of the comprehensive plan and makes certain conclusions about the application, but fails to provide any evidence or examples as how this application fails to support the policies and goals. The statements provided are conclusory, without reasoning, evidence, support, or example, and because the statement lacks such evidence, the statements should be summarily dismissed. Again, in the findings of fact, I direct you to section 4B. The staff report suggests adverse impacts on surrounding properties, but fails to state any supportive facts. As explained here, the claim of adverse impact due to noise has been shown to be false. Vehicle impacts, again, shown to be non-existent. The local trail system, wholly unaffected, and fire risk reasonably abated. The staff report again fails to provide evidence supporting the conclusion other than the complaints lodged by neighbors living more than 1 mile from the private resource. Now on page 8, regarding parking, stating there's inadequate parking, fails to consider the size of the parcel. The statement also should be dismissed. In summary, the drafted conclusions of law on page 9, numbers 1 through 4, are conclusory statements provided without reasoning, evidence, examples, and factual support, and should not be adhered to. Now, Mr. Beck, as representative of Ada County, I have a few questions for you, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I don't answer questions.
Okay, these are rhetorical, and I'll provide them to you. Does the applicant have the right to discharge firearms on its property on its private resource? The answer is yes. Does the applicant have the right to invite guests onto its property? The answer is yes. Does the applicant have the right to permit invited guests to discharge firearms on its property? Yes. Are you aware that public land is located adjacent to and contiguous with the underlying property of which we're discussing right now? It is BLM land that is in the same game unit, the same zoning, the same distance from neighborhoods, the same game unit, and the same WUI. Does the general public have to go through this process to discharge firearms on BLM land? Can the general public discharge firearms at any time, with any round count, by any number of individuals at once, and during any season of the year? The answer to all of those questions is yes. Now, based on these answers, because the same activity is permissible on public land just yards away from the private resource, and because the staff report conclusions and findings of fact lack factual basis and support, I strongly urge you to approve this application. Failure to approve this application appears unreasonable. It appears to be an overreach of government authority attempting to stymie the applicant's rights regarding both firearms and private property use. I'll reserve the remainder of my time for any rebuttal.
Good. Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Birch.
Mr. Forsyth, did I understand you to say that there would be a limitation on the type of weapon used at the property? Not type of weapon, but the shells, because I'm curious whether or not,
Yes, sir, there is.
Okay, and can you elaborate on that, please?
Yes. No incendiary rounds, no explosives, lead core ammunition only, steel targets or AR-500 steel so that any impact does not cause a spark. Most of the time, it's just shooting paper.
So as far as caliber goes, it's anything up to 50 caliber, you could be
Well,
shooting.
at 50 caliber wouldn't be safe, so you have to act safely. But if you wanted to shoot a 50 caliber, I suppose you could shoot that on public land, you could shoot that on private land, but generally not in this area. No, I wouldn't suggest that you would shoot 50 caliber in this area.
What is typically shot there?
9 millimeter, 223, 22, 17, small caliber firearms.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Blitman and Commissioner Raleigh.
Yeah, question regarding the two ranges you have planned, call it an east and a west.
Sure.
If I understood Richard correctly, the initial build is the east
West.
range, the west range. The west range, which is closer to the neighbors, is that correct? Okay.
correct.
And why in that order?
So the West Range was the smallest area. It is flat and it was easy to use. It's where we have been shooting since 1983. It was relatively easy to use.
Okay. And then if I may, Chairman, second follow-up question. Can you give me a breakdown again of you said something like 40%
Yes.
personal only, 40% with guests, 20%, or I guess 40% church and 20% with guests? I'm sorry, can you clarify that?
Absolutely. So the applicant permits Valence Firearms to use it for 40% of the time. Church and school security teams come up and train 40% of the time. And then the other 20% of the time generally is the applicant and other friends.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Blitman.
I wondered if you would talk about your neighborhood meeting, like where you had it, how many people came?
So the
No.
neighborhood meeting was held at the gate, and I had no one attend.
Okay, I'm just curious. Thank
Yeah,
you.
no one attended. Pursuant to the code, I provided notice to everyone who was in the distance of the parcel required to receive, and I had no one attend. No, I apologize. Lance Teal attended. One neighbor.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I have Mr. Forsyth. So how long have you been operating as Valence Firearm Training?
I do not operate Valence.
And who is that?
Valence is a
Valence, sorry.
permitted guest. No, it's okay. A permitted guest. Nate Castillo is the owner and operator of Valence Firearms Training.
So how long has he been operating as Valence Firearm Training?
That would be a good question for him. I don't have that
Okay.
answer.
And then, so the new site that you're working on, that he's working on in the east, how many acres? You said it was 2 acres?
So it's 2.7 acres between the two. I just did the math and put them
Okay,
together.
between the two. All right. All right, thank you very much.
Actually, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Murphy.
Thank you. Excuse me. Hello, Mr. Forsyth. So your decibel levels, you had mentioned, was it 600 yards or meters or feet that you got your 34 from?
It's 600 yards.
600 yards. And then obviously the 1 mile and the 2 mile fell off quite dramatically after that, correct? How close is the closest house to your range, I guess the west range or what have you?
600 yards.
600 yards?
Yes.
Perfect. I know there's a state law that indicates that that is a sufficient decibel level at 600. The standard is state ranges is 64 decibels to actually the closest house. So this is half of that. And that is plenty good enough for what he's proposing. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Blitman.
I appreciate the comment about the sound study. We've had sound studies before that have been submitted to the staff so they can be included in the records. Is that something that you are prepared to do?
I'm happy to submit it. I did not perform it. It was performed by an independent sound engineer who is here to testify tonight and provide that to you as well. via.
So typically, they provide a study, so that's cool. And then the fire mitigation study that you mentioned, is that also going to be provided to the staff?
Jerry was supposed to have sent it on to Mr. Beth,
Okay,
but I'm happy.
we'll
to
ask
provide
staff
it.
the question, so.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. We'll I'll call you back up after to rebuttal, for rebuttal.
Thanks, sir.
We will open the public testimony now. I'm going to go through the list of names. If you would like to come up, you'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address. We'll start with Tim McCleary. And again, if you wish to just state in opposition or in favor, you may just stand up and indicate so.
Tim McCleary, 3852 Sage Creek Drive, and I am opposed.
Okay, thank you. You signed in here. Yeah, so I'm reading off a list of people, all of you who have signed in. William Lures?
Here. William Lures, 3886 Sage Creek Drive. I'm opposed to the shooting range as well.
All right, thank you. Last name is Kimball. Curtis Kimball?
Karis Kimball, 3814 Sage Creek Drive. I'm also opposed.
Thank you. Vincent Woollera? On Riva.
My apologies. Worley.
Sorry?
Vince Worley,
Really, sorry.
079 West Riva Capri Street, Meridian, and I am in favor.
All right, thank you. Bryant Mendoza?
4252 West Franklin Road, Boise. I'm in favor.
Thank you. I don't want to discourage, if you want to come up and give a talk, I mean, I didn't want to scare everybody away. We appreciate making this brief. Catherine Binford?
8565 West 4 Ely Street, Star, and I'm in favor.
Okay. If I'm naming you off the sheet, I do already have your address. But I mean, if you come up, then go ahead and just for the record, give me your address. Kevin Donegal? Donovan?
I'm in favor.
Thank you. Tim Ferguson? Tom, Susie, Tom.
I'm opposed. 3940 Sage Creek Drive.
Thank you. Now, the regular commissioner always comments, he struggles through these, and now I understand why. But, last name is Alphonse, looks like. The first name starts, it's M-I-M-A, it was Mickey, how about Mickey?
Mickey Fagerson, 3940 Sage Creek Drive, Rolling Hills. And we hear the bullets in our neighborhood. We are the last group of housing along that foothill area. We also have noticed much increase in the traffic going up Cartwright. It's a one-way road. A lot of us are walkers, so we walk that. We also live in the River to Trails area. We have lots of bikers, lots of hikers. We welcome them wholeheartedly, and that's one of the reasons why we chose to buy and live in this area. One of our biggest concerns, of course, is fire safety. We have talked to different fire departments. Eagle Fire Department did reassure us if there was a fire and a fire truck couldn't get up there because it's a one-way road and it couldn't get out, that they do have bulldozers that they will use. But they say they have adequate water, but is it pressurized? The area in which we live in is very dry, very arid, as you know. We don't even allow 4th of July fireworks in our neighborhoods. In Hidden Springs and Rolling Hills because of the fire danger. And another great concern I have for is our wildlife that's in that area, the ecosystem. I listened to him speak about the migration. We thoroughly enjoy looking out. We, at one time, saw 120 elk on our foothills right outside our door. And deer and foxes and all kinds of birds, eagles, quail, bluebirds. I mean, and I love the sound of bluebirds much better, and quail much better than I would bullets. I have to say that our neighborhood, which is Rolling Hills on Sage Creek and Deer Path, on my neighbors that I know of that went around and talked to each other, none of us that I am aware of received an invitation to have a homeowners meeting regarding this. That was one of the things that threw us is, why didn't somebody talk to us about this? Yes, it is his private land, and I appreciate that. I have nothing against guns. The Second Amendment is very important to me. But having a fire range right outside my back door is not why I moved there. So again, I have concern about the safety of my neighbors, of the bikers, the hikers, the wildlife there. The gun range, with the noise that it produces, even though it may be in the private sector, it changes the migration and the communication of the animals and the wildlife. You have to kind of, I hope, understand that. Also, we have noticed much increased traffic coming up that Cartwright Road. And I have to say, at a speed that we don't like to see, because we're a neighborhood. It's not their neighborhood, so they can just zoom up there to park at their own parking areas. But it has increased traffic, and it is, I think, rather, what do I want to say? Presumptive of them to think that they could start a firing range without having a permit. Even though it's their own private land. Personally, I have heard that there is a fee and that people pay a fee a month to go up there and shoot. That can be discussed with anybody who wishes to bring that opposition to what I have to say. But that is what I've heard, and I've even seen a flyer online about how much is paid to go and shoot at the range. And I do feel very insulted that this gentleman has said that a homeowners meeting was called. We never heard of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
I do.
Ma'am?
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yes. So you get to ask me questions.
You're going to be asked a question.
It only goes one way, though.
You made the big time. Commissioner Birch would like to ask you a question.
A couple of questions, actually. So as far as why you didn't get notice, I strongly suspect that is because of the distance requirement. So if you're out in a rural area, it just doesn't go very far. We've had a lot of people come up and say, well, it ought to be a mile because instead of so many feet, just because going so many feet in some places out in the country, you're not going to get very many residents that actually get the notice. And so if it's in a densely populated residential neighborhood, then that distance requirement makes sense. But when you're out in the country, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
We are just a mile, 0.9 miles from the firing range.
And I suspect that is further, I see Commissioner Blitman nodding her head, that is further than they would have been required to have given notice. Tell me about what you hear when people are using the existing area for shooting. Just kind of describe it to me.
Initially, I'm a gardener, so I'm out gardening, and this was like May, June, and I kept hearing rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. And I'm thinking, are they building houses over on the other side of the hill? They're not supposed to be building. There's not anything that's been said about building. And so I brought it in, my husband, he said, and at first I thought, okay, maybe it's just a nail gun, and that's kind of what I thought it was. And then I heard it again at a different time. And then our neighbors get together and we started talking. And then lo and behold, we find out that we've all been hearing the gun range. Now, that gun sound that you hear is definitely different than you hear a bunch of birds that we have a lot of in our area. So it is a higher sound. And like I said, I'm 0.9 miles from that location. And if this gentleman has all this property, which I'm very happy for him, that's nice, but why could he not put his little entertainment or his recreational area further into the property so that it doesn't bother the neighbors around? There is a beautiful ranch house that's right there on Cartwright. That's, you go straight up the road, it's off to the left. I've just learned that they have their house up for sale due to one of the reasons is the firing range. And this is a house had 6 horses and a beautiful home. They had thought of moving later in life because they're getting older, but they changed their plans and now have their home up for sale. And I feel sad about that. I always enjoyed their horses when I'd go by. Because we call it Hell Hill when we walk that hill. And there's a lot of us that walk that hill because it goes straight up. So.
Thank you very much. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
So the applicant had suggested 2 hours a day, 4 days a week. Is that still unsatisfactory?
Yes, it is. If they can't do fireworks and 4th of July, why can they do 4 hours of shooting guns up there? Unless he wants to put it way back in the back. And there's no other houses back there. But he's close to a residential neighborhood, which are nice homes that a lot of us are retired that chose to build and live in quiet, private areas. And to be out where there's bike trails and hiking trails and the wildlife, the ecosystem that we get to enjoy.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes.
Ma'am, I got one more for you. Ma'am.
Ma'am.
Sorry.
I didn't know I'd be so popular. I would have worn a better dress. No, okay.
So, ma'am,
Yes.
how long have you lived there?
I've lived there for going on 11 years.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, we'll continue on.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, yes.
I was informed by staff that there's one individual on Zoom. I don't know if you want to jump to them real quick, if that would mess up your groove, or?
I show 2, but there's one on there now. Is it the Lindsay?
It is,
Madeline Wyatt?
it's Steve Arata.
Oh, Steve Arata, okay. I've got, all right. Yeah, we'll go ahead and take care of him.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Yep, we can hear you. Mr. Arata, would you please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm Steve Arata and current owner of 1122 West Arata Ranch Road in Boise, Idaho. Hello, good evening, commissioners and staff. I did write a previous email regarding my concerns with this application for gun ranges on adjoining property to our ranch. I would like to reiterate strongly that I'm not against property owners' rights. I'm not against guns and gun ownership. I am simply against the operation and use of possibly 3 gun ranges on the property immediately adjacent to our ranch. Our ranch has been owned and operated as a small family ranch for well over 100 years. My great-grandfather was one of the first to homestead up in these hills, and the tradition was carried on with my grandfather and then my father and now me. We have a long history of getting along with our neighbors and working together. We're not against their use to ranch and live on their property. In fact, Stack Rock Ranch has done an excellent job at marketing their beef and even hold ranch days, which is an open house to the public. Can you imagine this ranch day being interrupted by gunfire from 3 adjacent gun ranges? Of course, this would definitely adversely affect the ranch operations. Now consider neighbors on the adjoining properties. These gun ranges negatively impact the use of our property every day and cannot be mitigated. They affect everything from the wildlife to the cows and horses that may be grazing on nearby property. More importantly, it affects each of us as humans. Gunfire is startling and is not at all comparable to having a loud bird in a neighbor's yard, as some comments have stated. The noise is stressful and can even be heard inside the house with the windows closed. Studies show that gunfire is an impulse noise and has much more detrimental impacts to health other than natural noises. Another major concern is that 2 of these gun ranges are accessed from West Orada Ranch Road, which is a single-lane dirt and gravel road from Cartwright to our ranch. We have maintained that road for over 100 years. We do not want to pay for building or maintaining a new road. Adding so much additional traffic has already negatively impacted the road and will dramatically increase maintenance time and expenses. It can also be dangerous due to the sheer number of cars driving on a single lane narrow road and many times in adverse conditions. No sound study has been completed to my knowledge since the range was proposed right next to our property line, not in the center of his property where the first range was proposed. I hope you uphold staff's recommendation and deny this project, and more importantly, enforce this denial and require the land be put back in its original state. Thank you for your time and service to the community.
Thank you, Mr. Rada. Any questions for? I had one question for you. If it was limited to one range site and it was the west site, the east site, would that make a difference for you and put the conditions on the number of hours and number of days that the operation could conduct itself?
Oh, the east one is the one that's right adjacent to our fence. In fact, that they showed one picture of the range, and that fence line was our fence. So there's absolutely no buffer between their property and our property for that range, none whatsoever. They have been building a berm there, but it's not enough to impact noise or anything. So if he was just proposing the original location, which was the closest to Cartwright Road, I probably would not even object, because you can still hear it from our house. You still hear the gunfire, but it's down in, he's absolutely right. It's down, it's protected by 100-foot tall hills. Definitely for us, that's a better location.
And that would actually be the east site, isn't it? It's farther from Cartwright Road and from you.
Well, that's farther to the west from our property. So the first one that he submitted, the second range is the one right next to our property.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Thank you for calling in. We'll continue. Des Broming,
Des Browning, I'm in favor.
in favor?
1115 West Yosemite Drive, Meridian.
Thank you. Cody Sohm,
I'm opposed.
Trent Mitchell,
Opposed?
John Martin. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hey, my name is John Martin. I am at 15405 North Cartwright. So I am actually the director of sales and marketing for Stack Rock Ranch. For the last several months, I've spent a considerable amount of time in and around the ranch, frequently attending some of these training classes. I frequently hike the premises. And as far as the wildlife impact goes, it's non-existent. I have video from 2 days ago during shooting of mule deer at the range. So there is not a considerable notable impact on the wildlife on the property or around it. General safety, I've lived all across the country, Alabama, Florida, Texas, and the professionalism and the safety regulations of the range and what they internally require of their staff and their attendees far surpasses anything that I've seen in private and in agency-based. So I'm law enforcement background, and agency-based ranges are still sometimes not as professional as what Valiant's practices on a weekly basis. All that being said, it seems that we satisfy any and every major concern, from Eagle Fire approving our fire plans safety, security of the range, there's no reason I see for you guys to continue to, or for you guys to disapprove this permit.
Thank you. Any questions? Could you state you're with sales with who now?
I am the Director of Sales and Marketing for Stack Rock Ranch.
Okay. Did you ever pay to use the fire range?
No, no, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Jake Hildreth?
In favor.
Okay, thank you. Chris Hunold? Hunold?
Opposed, and I'd like to say a few things.
Step forward and name and address, and you've got 3 minutes.
I'm not a good public speaker. My name is Chris Haunold. I live at 14775 North Cartwright Road. I am the closest house to the west shooting range, is what it's called. I want to address a couple of the things that were stated earlier, and this isn't exact, but my house sits, according to Google Maps, 304 yards from the shooting range, right on the other side of the hill, approximately. If there was a decibel study done, it was not on my property. It was on the road, and my bedroom and my house sits back in a much different spot. And so unless someone took it in my bedroom, there's no way they could have actually measured the actual decibels or the repeated percussive sounds that I have to hear. When they're shooting, we have to have our windows closed. I can't sit on my deck. When they're shooting automatic high caliber weapons, which do get shot there fairly often, my horses spook, run everywhere. We've lived in our house for 14 years. I was actually quite good friends with Mike's grandfather, Daryl, and spent a lot of time up there, as well as Daryl's wife, Judy, who's Mike's stepmom. And Daryl would occasionally let people shoot on the property, not a big deal, you know, a couple times a month for a little bit of time, and that was it. In regards to the public notices, 2 notices were mailed out. One of them showed up 2 days before the actual scheduled meeting, not in advance, and I actually was out of town. I didn't even know about it until Pat sent me an email and said, "Hey, did you get this?" And I said, "No, I'm not in town." The second meeting, he mailed it, and it showed up in my mailbox the day the meeting was scheduled, and I didn't get my mail that day. I didn't even know. So really, there was no effort made to actually make sure that any neighbors got there. I'm not opposed to guns. I have 2 sons. One is active duty Army who carries a gun and flies Apache helicopters and shoots guns for a living. I also have another son who is in law enforcement, carries a gun, has to practice and qualify repeatedly, and you know, he's like, yeah, I wouldn't want to live next to that. He has nothing against guns. The other thing is, it's not just the decibel level, it's the continuous percussive pop, 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 pop. Pause, pop, 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 pause, pop, 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 pop. Goes all day. The amount of times that they're saying maybe the valence thing is that much, but there's plenty of people that go up there and shoot, not in organized things. So my time's up.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you for coming down. Linda Beasley?
Opposed.
Thank you. Freddie Castillo?
In favor?
Thank you. Cynthia Castillo?
Favor.
Melissa Castillo?
Melissa Castillo, in favor.
Thank you. AJ Bocox or AJ? Thank you. Come forward. Please state your name and address, and you've got 3 minutes.
Yes, hi, my name is AJ Bocox. I live at 13885 West Bunker Hill Court. And I want to begin by saying that we hear your guys' concerns and we don't take them lightly. I understand it's a difficult situation, I think, for both sides. Your safety and the safety of our community is not, it's not just something we value, it's one of the very reasons that we do what we do. And Valiance Training was born out of a desire to give men and women a safe, responsible place to grow. For many, especially men, it provides something rare, which is a space to process life, to talk openly, to carry one another's burdens, and to strengthen mental and spiritual health in a world that often tells them to stay silent. So it's not just about firearms alone, it's about responsibility and love for others. Our members train with purpose, many certified in firearm safety, Stop the Bleed medical courses as well, so that if tragedy strikes, they're not just equipped to protect, but also to preserve life. We live in a free state founded on the principle that ordinary citizens share a duty of defense. For us, that means following Christ's example, to be selfless, to stand ready, and to protect those who cannot protect themselves. Valiance Training is not just a range, it's a refuge. It's a place where faith and community come together to form men and women who love deeply, who live responsibly, and to stand ready in all circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Commissioner Olson? Ms. Olson?
So have you ever had to pay to use that place?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mark Arnold? Name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioner, other members. My name is Macklin Arnold. I live at 5659 East Garby Street in Nampa, Idaho. Up until very recently, I was known as Doc Arnold. I'm a almost 10-year combat veteran of the United States Army, where I served as 68 Whiskey as a medical professional for my entire time. I am not currently a member of Valiance Firearms Training or anything of that nature. I do utilize Stack Rock Ranch, and I enjoy their beef very much. However, I am a member of the local community. I serve at the Veteran Service Center at Boise State University, and I also, throughout the community, perform or continue to perform basic life support, CPR, AED, and Stop the Bleed classes. People from this community have reached out to me specifically in order to maintain their certifications or to get them for those who did not have them previously. I can say nothing but the highest of praise for all of Valiance, for all of the churches that I've interacted with, and for Mr. Forsyth himself. Thank you all.
Any questions? Is there is there ever a charge for using the site?
Not that I'm aware of.
But there could be, though. You're not aware of it, or?
I have never heard of it. Absolutely not.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Colson?
I just want to thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Kyle Blash?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, see?
Yeah, Kyle Blash, 3912 Street Drive.
If you'd come on up.
Not Nampa, not Meridian, not.
Why don't you wait till you get up there and state your name and address, please?
Yep. Kyle Blash, 3912 Sage Creek Drive, Rolling Hills. I also speak for my parents who live in Hidden Springs at 4561 Farmview. I do not represent any other agency, though for the past 30 years I have been serving in the United States Air Force. For half of that time, I was a competitive shooter on the Air Force and DoD shooting teams. Currently, I'm working with the Department of Interior and Marine Corps on a 50 cal range construction in Anderson Air Force Base on Guam. One thing that's noticeably different from this range, or not range, I'm not really sure what it is right now, given the different testimony, is the ability that they have community engagement. This is a standard of professional range management across the United States and should be upheld in Ada County. Also, coincidentally, I'm a wildland fire response coordinator for the Department of Interior. I was a response coordinator for the Lahaina fire in 2023. My teams were some of the first to go in post-fire to ascertain secondary hazards and recovery priorities. It was a fire ignited in a highly flammable grassland during a period of high winds that jumped a 4-lane road and destroyed upwards of 1,000 structures. The death toll of about 100 people was caused by the speed of the fire as well as the inability for people to efficiently evacuate one road. Could this happen in Rolling Hills? Within the last 2 months, we had at least 4 fires around Boise. The range fire south of town, as if Jesus himself named this for you, burned about 6,000 to 8,000 acres in 50 to 60 minutes. That is like burning the size of Lucky Peak Reservoir twice in 50 minutes. So yes, rolling hills would burn like Lahaina with the cheatgrass environment. One way for you as county officials can prevent a Lahaina repeat is eliminating unnecessary ignition sources such as an unrestricted range, especially with an organization that does not operate at the level of professional ranges across the U.S. Finally, please note that the consideration of two interest groups here, I think both have good opinions, but one is worried about life, family, and property and lives in the community. The other's motivation is training, fun, and games, but most who do not live in the area. So thank you for your time.
Questions? Except when you said community engagement, what does that involve in your mind?
Community engagement, and I will tell you what the Marine Corps thinks about community engagement. It's hours of operation, calibers, range orientation, and lead abatement.
Thank you. No other questions? Thank you for coming down. Marilyn Cooper?
I'm in favor.
Thank you. Kenneth Cooper?
In favor.
The last Cooper, is it Ashland?
In favor.
Scott Hutchinson? State your name and address and 3 minutes.
Scott Hutchinson, 16856 Live Oak Place, Caldwell. Hope everybody's having a good night. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. I've been an invited guest at Stack Rock, and I've known Nate for a little bit of time. My history, I've been in the firearms training industry for close to a decade now. I've worked for private security companies, for Fortune 500 companies. I've had the chance to work with LEO, Gov, private and public ranges. The only thing that I can really attest to here, I'll keep it nice and brief for you, is Nate's attentiveness and responsibility as far as hours of operation, fire mitigation, noise levels, and respect to the neighbors. I know that you've heard a lot from other people, but I can say very clearly that when I've been on site and visiting Nate as a guest, he has been incredibly attentive and incredibly demanding on hours of operation, the cessation of shooting, fire abatement, fire mitigation, clearing brush, and trying to be as respectful to neighbors as possible. That's all I have for you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you.
Appreciate it. Have a good night.
Scott Strasburg?
In favor.
Jean Giovanez on Shadow Peak. Okay. Christine, he's come. Is that-
Shadow Peak?
Yes. Eugene?
Leon.
Yes.
I'm in favor.
Thank you. Christine Petranik?
Good Polish last name, Petranik.
Petranik.
I'm in favor.
Brian, is it Oka?
Atka, I'm in favor.
Thank you. Nathan Coop. Nathaniel is last on Broadwater. Thank you. State your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Nathaniel Cooper. I live off of 4876 East Broadwater Drive. Wanted to quickly state the concerns about the fire hazard and everything. So at Valiance, we do have a policy, and we follow it to a T, and that is when we start our training sessions is that we make sure the brush is clear where we will be firing towards and around, just following those 5 firearm safety rules, as well as making sure that we do our safety debrief for any medical emergency as well as fire. So we have several fire extinguishers within the radius of the training facility. We also have shovels, and we have designated instructors that will attend to any fire that possibly could come up while we are shooting. We also, just as stated previously, we use AR-500 steel, so that reduces the sparks as well as specific ammunition to make sure that we keep to those standards, reducing that fire hazard. There is also to note, one instructor is always there at a minimum of 1 hour after each session to make sure that we monitor the area, to make sure that no flare-ups, any smoldering or anything like that ever occurs, that we can always be on top of it as quickly as possible. So then we prevent any of those issues. So that's all I have right now.
Any questions?
I've got.
Commissioner Blitman?
Are you an instructor?
I'm an assistant instructor, yes.
Okay. Are the instructors paid?
We are not paid.
Thank you.
It's volunteer.
Thank you very much for coming down.
Okay.
Jen Frisk, excuse me.
Jen Frisky.
Frisky.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no problem.
Public education fails me again.
Address is 426 North Clear Point Way in Eagle.
Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. All right, good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Valiance is not just about firearms. It's about our safety. It's about equipping mothers and wives and daughters and women who are often seen as vulnerable with life-saving tools and confidence to protect themselves and their loved ones. The training we received isn't just technical, it's emotional, mental, deeply personal, and it changes how we walk through the world. Unlike other training options, especially those conducted on the BLM land, Valiance offers a safe, controlled, and professionally managed environment. Training in remote, unregulated areas poses serious risks, not just from a personal safety standpoint, but also from a fire prevention and medical readiness perspective. Out there, you're on your own. At Valiance, you're never alone. The training is so structured and intentional that you never pull a trigger until the instructor gives the command. You're never just shooting freely. Every round is accounted for, and every target has a specific number of shots assigned. The level of discipline creates an environment that is not only safe, but deeply respectful of the responsibility that comes with handling a firearm. Every session begins with a thorough safety briefing. We train alongside certified medics who are prepared for emergencies. We follow strict fire prevention protocols. We care for the land we train on, and we care for each other. The level of responsibility and preparedness simply doesn't exist out in the Wild West of the BLM lands. Valiance is more than a training facility. It's a community. It's a place where women find strength, support, and the tools to take control of their own safety. That's something worth protecting and something worth fighting for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you for coming down. Is it Taryn Perry?
I'm in favor.
Thank you. Pat Arata? Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Pat Arata. My home is located at 1122 West Orada Ranch Road, about a half a mile from the Valiance Firearms Training Tactical Shooting Area, one of the 3 areas used by Valiance on Seven Gates property. Valiance advertises all 3 areas with pictures on Instagram. I have lived here for over 30 years. My husband has lived and farmed here his whole 93 years of life. Our ranch was designated a Century Ranch in 1911, homesteaded by his grandparents. I object to all 3 shooting areas. The tactical area is at the bottom of a drawer that opens up at our house. The shooting sound travels up that drawer. The shooting is not a shot at a time, but loud, repetitive rounds. It sometimes scares me when I first hear the shooting and has even woken me up early in the morning. It sounds like a war zone, and our dogs will not go outside when they hear the shooting. The sound can be heard from almost everywhere on our 800 acres and goes about a mile up the mountain. I am sure it can be heard on the large public trail system around Dry Creek area. The area is about 30 feet from our property line, separated by only an old barbed wire fence. We need to use this field to run cows in the fall and the spring. We have picked up Balance's trash that has blown onto our property. The area is also a winter range for deer and elk. It is a nesting area for curlews. There are bald eagles, gold eagles, bobcats, coyote, bear, cougar, and many other birds and game that live in this area. If this shooting area is allowed, it will have a severe negative impact on the wildlife. I have also concern for the top of mile of Cartwright Road. It was paved when there was very limited traffic on it about 20 years ago. It is narrow, windy, going uphill with blind corners. When it rains, there are rocks, sand, water running down it, sometimes impassable. There is also an increase of fire danger. The response time is 45 to 60 minutes. That is the time it takes to respond when we have had a fire or medical emergencies. We feel that our way of life has been invaded, and the peace and tranquility that has made our ranch so special has been taken away.
Thank you. Any questions? I have one. No other. So what part of, you maintain the road that's in front of your house? Are you?
What?
Are you required, I'm not required, you maintain the road that is,
Yes, it's about a mile and a quarter from Cartwright to our house. And we've used the road for 100, not me, but we've used the road for 100 years. It's been in my husband's family for over 100 years.
and does,
we have done most of the maintaining. I think when Daryl was alive, he had 1 or 2 truckloads of gravel put on it, but besides that, we do all the physical work.
okay, all right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Tate Larson. State your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
I'm Tate Larson. I live at 1122 West Dorado Ranch Road. First of all, this is not a Second Amendment issue. This is planning and zoning. And what is going on, I'm sure Balance is a great shooting team. It seems like they got their stuff together. I'm not going after them. What is happening with this gun range is invading. If you look at the pictures that were put up, that east range, you've been getting them confused. The east range that they've moved to is 50 feet from our property line. Basically, they're shooting. There's no walls, no berm, no nothing. So if we go down to maintain the fence along there for the cows so they don't get out, we could get a ricocheted bullet. And ricocheted high ground, big guns. I'm a gun guy. I like to shoot guns. They can ricochet up to 300 feet, 300 yards, 300 feet in the air. And that's another thing, the fire hazard. We've gone over it. I'm not going to go over it again. It's a huge fire hazard. And these guys obviously admit it, that they're sticking a guy around for an hour because they know that maybe something may be out there that they have to watch. I want to say this. I think it's a blatant lie that nobody pays for this because their Instagram site, they have membership fees to go up there for all access, $350. You can go there this day, that day, this day, use this range, use that range, $150, $250. So I don't know where that money's going. I don't know why they have it on their Instagram, but somebody's blatantly lying that they're not using it for a commercial purpose. So I'm kind of a little irritated at people coming up here and lying. The other thing is I wanted to say that Idaho is almost 84,000 square feet of land. Okay, so 70% of that is public land. Okay, 70% that we get. So I figured it out. I never got a gold star in school for math, but that's about 58,550 square miles of public use land where people can go shoot their guns and go sight in their rifles and go do what they have to do. Why they have to put it right next to a neighborhood and disrupt neighbors and piss people off, I have no clue. Ching ching, money. I looked around here, there's well, at least 10 shooting sites within 20 miles of this one. 10 of them, and that's just what I could find online. Who knows what else there is? So, I mean, Blacks Creek, the Fish and Game has a great shooting range out at Blacks Creek. You go out there and use, why do we have to build one up here and do all this? I have no idea. And then the biggest thing, of course, my mom and my dad up there, and it is loud. Not Nate, not Mike. Nobody has come and sat in my parents' house and listened to the sound coming through their house every day. It's not 4.2 hours or whatever a week. It's every single day. I'm there. It is atrocious. It's too loud. It should be done. These guys should respect the neighbors, and it's not happening. Thanks for taking your time. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for coming down.
Okay.
Nate Castillo. State your address, name, and you have 3 minutes.
1440 East Lake Creek Street, Nate Castillo. Good evening. I'm a retired Army Ranger and combat veteran. After serving my country, I founded Valiance Training. Yes, I own Valiance Training. I'm the lead instructor. With a simple mission to equip protectors, ordinary people who care about preserving life, with the tools and training to do so responsibly. We're a Christian business, but there is only one requirement to train with us, that you value protecting life. Valiance is not open to the general public. Every member is vetted to ensure the right attitude and respect for life, because our aim is to build and equip protectors and defenders. We run about 4 structured sessions per week, averaging only 10 hours of activity. The central issue in the staff report and the basis for Mr. Beck's recommendation for denial is the claim that our training may deter deer from winter range. The facts simply don't support this. Our training footprint is just about 70 yards by 70 yards, a fraction of the property. In the winter, our training drops to about 4.5 hours a week. Harvest records and our own eyes confirm deer remain on the property, often even while we're training. The claim that our presence harms wildlife is speculation, not evidence. No matter the season, there is no shooting before 8 a.m. or after 7:30 p.m. If they're hearing it, it's other people. We have heard other people shooting outside of those times ourselves. Each session begins with a safety brief, and all training is carefully designed, directed, and supervised by instructors. There's no free fire up there. There's no free shooting. I have a team of 10 certified instructors, all range safety officers and Stop the Bleed certified. Among our members, more than 10 are also RSOs, and over 25 are Stop the Bleed certified, including our about 4 current medics. Safety, medical readiness, and responsibility are built into everything we do, including, as was mentioned, requiring summertime fire watch where an instructor remains an hour after training as a precaution. A commercial range makes money by pushing as many people through as possible. We are the opposite. We cap sessions at no more than about 15 participants, often half that size. Because our focus is not numbers, it's on equipping protectors in their families, churches, schools, and communities. Valiance also brings value beyond training. We attract participants from across the Treasure Valley, Idaho, and even out of state, contributing to the local economy. And the community has shown their overwhelming support. More than 300 positive comments in Exhibit 23 compared to the fewer, about 100 after the other ones came in. We run at low volume, well under state mandated levels at the nearest residence, and I'm sorry, but just this week, we double checked our numbers. Outside of the Arata residence, the dog was very happy as it came out, and shooting is going on, and the measurement that our sound technician is gonna share later is confirmed to be under the 64 decibels.
Thank you. Any questions?
I do.
Commissioner Colson?
So do you charge?
Yes.
Okay.
The people that have came up so far have been people that I haven't charged. And
Yeah.
I was waiting for somebody to come up so that they can actually tell you, yes, I
Yeah,
do.
no, so,
I charge.
so some of it is nonprofit in a way, and some of it is just helping out.
A lot of what we do for churches, school security, I don't charge. I will work with, if they can't pay anything, I won't take anything. A lot of people that have just been part of my life, part of my community, they come up and I don't charge them.
Okay, cool. Appreciate your service, by the way. Thank you.
Any other questions? I had a question. There's been, they showed just the 2 locations on the application, and people are mentioning 3. How many, are you going to shut down one and move everything over, or what's?
We, just to leave the door open, we have said in the report that 90% of our training takes place at this new location. We moved there out of respect. We believe the readings were already well within that 64 decibels from the original location. We thought, okay, let's moving away even further from the more populated side of the property. We put a lot of resources that we did not want to have to use, but we put a lot of resources to make that happen, to try to satisfy the neighbors on the west. That's where our training happens. The third that Pat referred to is a personal use from the landowner and his friends.
Okay. Do you allow automatic weapon fire? Use
If
automatic
people
weapons?
that own automatic weapons legally with a suppressor, it's allowed. It's a rare occasion that somebody has one, and it's only allowed if it's suppressed.
Suppressed, okay. I wasn't expecting you to come up, so I have, any other questions that,
I have a question.
Commissioner Blitman, go ahead.
I wondered what your community outreach plan has been. Like,
Elaborate.
yeah, to be your engagement with the neighbors.
Yeah.
Over the last 3 or 4 years, what's been your plan to engage your neighbors and make sure that they're understanding or?
We have talked about doing things like gun safety classes for families in the area. We just hosted a women's only class that again was not charged for, and we had a very high showing. And I believe in supporting women. I love seeing that more and more women are opening their eyes to the fact that they are around the family more. When husband is away, we want to empower them. So we did that event kind of as a community outreach, not charging them, and we had a very big response to that. So the plan is to do more of those things, particularly for Hidden Springs families and things like the local neighborhoods.
But you're telling me that there hasn't been any outreach to the community up until now.
This is a very fresh thing. I think we've been there, I want to say over about a year.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
John Ely. State your name and address.
My name is John Ely, 1107 1 Lincoln Street. So my wife and I started taking classes with Valiance in December of 23. Since then, I've been taking weekly classes with Valiance. I know that fire mitigation is clearly a hot topic here tonight, and so I'd like to go through some practices that I've personally observed with Valiance and focus on 4 areas. First area, on-site fire suppression. Prior to training, instructors provide an interactive safety briefing. The briefing includes what to do in the event of a fire and how to properly use a fire extinguisher. Shovels and fire extinguishers are present on the range and are readily accessible at all times. Area 2, no vegetation. There's no vegetation in the training area. Because there's no vegetation, there's no fuel. You can't have a fire without fuel. The area of training is bare dirt, in some cases non-flammable astroturf. There's backstops that are bare dirt or tires. So that really leaves no source of ignition. And there's also a fire break that I've observed behind some of these shooting areas. My third area I'll talk about is established roads. So we've talked about some roads leading in and out of the property. Those occur as man-made, those serve as man-made fire breaks. They also prevent vehicles, hot vehicles, from traveling over dry brush. So that minimizes fire exposure. And then that kind of leads me to fire breaks. So I have observed fire breaks not only behind the range, but around the perimeter of the property, especially from North Cartwright Road, public access. You can see the fire break around the perimeter of the property. And based on these observations, I see little to no risk of Valiance's training activities starting a fire that will impact surrounding communities. The fire mitigation measures eliminate ignition, fuel sources, and also provide ways to rapidly respond. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for coming down. Brian Tromberg?
Favor.
Thank you. Matt Archer?
I didn't
Sorry.
hear his comment.
He said in favor.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. State your name and address.
Do you guys, does this work to plug in my laptop to show you guys?
Does not.
It doesn't? Okay. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Matt Archer. My address is 12936 North Six Ridge Road. I'm a professional audio engineer. I have over 25 years of experience measuring and managing sound in the music, government, and corporate industries. Tonight, I'm presenting readings recorded in the vicinity of Valence training area, specifically around the local houses, surrounding neighborhoods, and using a professional calibrated decibel meter. I'll also compare these results to Ada County ordinances and established state standards. To give context, quiet neighborhoods usually measure 35 to 50 decibels. A passing car is around 50 to 65 decibels. Lawn equipment can reach 80 to 100 decibels. At the source, firearms can exceed over 120 decibels, though sound drops dramatically with distance and natural barriers. Ada County doesn't set exact decibel limits. Instead, the ordinance is based on whether sound is plainly audible inside a home or 100 feet away. Quiet hours are reinforced from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., so currently enforcement relies on audibility rather than precise sound measurements. Other Idaho standards do measure limits. Boise Park caps their sound levels at 62 decibels at 20 feet away. Idaho outdoor shooting ranges are 64 decibels at 20 feet from the nearest residence. Using a professional calibrated decibel meter, I measured just this week on Tuesday, Ore-Ida Ranch, the beginning of Ore-Ida Ranch, right in front of their home, was 44 decibels during shooting. Cartwright Road, where the closest other neighbor is 34 decibels. Sage Creek was 35 decibels. Dry Creek Road was 35 decibels. Commissioners, the facts are clear. The sound levels recorded with a professional decibel meter in the vicinity of Valiance training area are well within community expectations and significantly below comparable legal limits. My 25 years of experiencing as a sound engineer gives me confidence in these results. These professional measurements confirm compliance and demonstrate that operations are responsible and respectful to the community. And any other thing that has been said this evening has not been fully vetted as a professional. I am one of these professionals. I have the experience. I know how to use this equipment, and this is what the readings gave me. Thank you for your time and for your service to our county. Any questions?
Any questions? Commissioner Birch. Commissioner Birch?
Commissioner Blitman, did you have a
Commissioner
question?
No, you go ahead. I'll listen.
So I do have several questions for you.
Yes, sir.
The sound that a gun is going to make depends on a lot of conditions, doesn't it? Depends on the gun itself. If If you're shooting a 30-06, it's not 120 decibels, it's more like 170 decibels. At 600 yards, it's more like 70 to 85 decibels. Depends on atmospheric conditions too, doesn't it? You're shooting a 220 Swift. You shoot a 220 Swift, it's like a bomb going off. And so there's a mini sonic blast when that thing happens. You stand behind it and your eyes hurt. And so what guns are you measuring? And what are the atmospheric conditions?
Great question. So like earlier stated, 9mm, 22, 223, 17mm, those are the rounds that have been used at the range, from my understanding, from what I was given information on.
With a 223, and I suppose it depends on how it's loaded, but with a 223, do you get that mini sonic blast as well?
Mhm.
And so is that included in the decibel level, or is that more a sensory thing?
So the testing that was done this week was both with 9mm and 223. So the 9mm was not able to be even heard from any of the locations. The 223 was barely able to be heard at Ore-Ida Ranch. The other locations, you could not hear anything over the sound of just the natural environmental sound.
This may be more of a question for the applicant on rebuttal, but I'll ask you anyway. One of the people that testified had said that what they hear is this pop, 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 pop. Over the past 20 years or so, there's been a proliferation of guns on the AR-15 platform. And not all of them are rifles. You get a lot of them that have short barrels and they qualify as pistols. And so that's probably what's being heard, correct? A lot of those people coming up there would be shooting semi-automatics. They'd be shooting either semi-automatic rifles or they'd be shooting semi-automatic pistols, basically short-barreled ones. Isn't that the pop, 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 pop that these people are hearing?
I'm not sure. So the way that sound works is like it's environmental. So if the wind is blowing a certain way, you're going to hear something from a certain area. But on the conditions that I was up there, there was no wind. It was very calm. So those are actually the most prestigious conditions to operate in because you're not hearing as much. When there's wind, there could be sound that travels, but with the terrain that is up there, it is few and far between.
Now, it would depend on topography as well, wouldn't it?
Correct. Yes, sir.
One of the people testified that they lived down at the end of a draw.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever test down there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that was a Ore-Ida Ranch.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. All right, that's all I've got.
Any other questions?
I just wondered if, and I asked the applicant this question, are you going to submit a sound study to the staff so they can review it?
I can definitely do that. I have video recordings of myself doing it, so I can be able to provide that to the applicant so that he can submit it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just a question real quick for staff. Wouldn't that want to be submitted before we closed testimony or before we closed public testimony? Like when would that need, could that be submitted after the fact, after testimony was closed?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I believe they could submit information after the fact, especially if you were going to consider moving towards approval. We needed to revise findings of fact. We could collect additional information, propose conditions of approval. There's still time. Obviously, you may want to leave the record open so the applicant can comment on conditions and those studies and our response to studies, those type of things. But it's certainly a possibility.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Crystal Golobit?
I'm in favor.
Thank you. Todd Green? Please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Todd Green, 3313 West Cherry Lane in Meridian. I am in favor of the conditional use permit. I have known Nate Castillo, the owner and lead firearms trainer at Valiance Firearms Training, for 2 years, since the summer of 2023. I met him when he offered a free firearms training session to my church's security team. That was gratis for everybody on our church's security team. Shortly thereafter, I started individualized private firearms training with him at a public shooting range in Nampa. That was paid for. So I pay for my membership. So he offers both free and fee. After several months, I was invited to train in a recurring group session at the same range, and I did so. In 2024, we started training at Stock Rock Ranch. In the time I have known Nate Castillo and Mike Forsyth, the applicant, whose family owns Stock Rock Ranch, I can attest to the quality of their character. They are good, kind, and honest men, and I'm grateful to know them. As other people have stated, I can say in 2 years of weekly and sometimes more than once per week training, safety has always been Nate and Valiant's primary consideration. Training session sizes are always limited to about 15 max, and often it's 5 to 8. There's a safety briefing at the start of each session. Training zones use fire-resistant artificial turf. Only AR-500 steel targets are used. And like a previous person said, probably 90% of our shooting is done on paper. Fire extinguishers are on hand in the rare chance of sparks. There are always at least 2 range safety officers, regardless of the session size. And this is a closed facility. One has to be invited to join, not open to the public. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'm probably one of the longest fee-paying members there, so maybe I can answer something.
Any questions? I don't believe so. Thank you for coming in. I have Mike's Forsyth that you're the applicant, correct?
That's correct.
Gary I'm sorry, I should have asked you that. Gary Stanislaw? Gary Stanislaw? State your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Gary Stanislaw, 12720 North Humphreys in Hidden Springs. I just have a couple comments. I am an avid shooter. I go target shooting. I have a concealed carry permit. I support the Second Amendment. I love what Nate does. I love what Valiant's training does. But none of this is about Valiant's training. That's a distraction. You can issue a permit to the landowner and Valiant's could walk away the day after. This is about a conditional permit for a shooting range on that property, and that's all it's about. Anything about support for Valiant's is not even enter the picture because it's not about Valiant's at all. I support Valiant's. I love what they do. But again, they could walk away tomorrow. My main concern, we saw a fire across 55 just a couple weeks ago, and it was started by 2 landscape rocks being put off of a truck to do some landscaping, and a spark from those 2 rocks that touched each other started the fire. It was huge. Tankers had to come in, fly over, and put that fire out. Wildfires travel at about 14 miles an hour. The nearest house is 600 yards from that firing range. Hidden Springs is just under a mile. It's 0.9 miles. That's how fast that fire will reach population, homes. We're all talking about protecting life. We're not talking about whether Valiant's does a good job. I'm sure they do. It's not about Valiant's. Also, Cartwright Road. The homeowner, Forsyth, has a locked gate across Cartwright Road. Anybody that wants to go up there and see what's going on, we can't get there unless he allows it. It's a county road, but it's got a locked gate across it. That's all I have to say. I am not in favor.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you very much. Jennifer Stanislaw. State your name and address and...
Jennifer Stanislaw, 12720 North Humphreys Way. Gary's emotional support wife. But I'm a resident of Hidden Springs, and I do want to reiterate that this is about a permitting issue. And I think that it was kind of clear, or not clear really, that people are paying for the services that are being provided at that location, which constitutes a commercial entity. And I think that it's incumbent upon the board to treat this as though it is a commercial enterprise and not a personal use. And that's all I would like to add. They have a website that has the costs of the different classes that they provide. And so they may elect to not charge some people for those classes, but it was stated tonight that they are charging other people for classes. And like Gary said, it's not necessarily about the quality of the training that Valiance does, but it's about the fact that it is a commercial gun range in an open area where there are inherent fire dangers, and they can have all of the fire protections that they say they have in place, but I think we've all heard about those perfect storm conditions that happen when you have high wind, high temperatures, a ignition source, a lack of water, a lack of personnel that happen to be there at the right time to address the conditions. And so that's all I have to add.
Thank you. Any questions?
Question.
Commissioner Birch?
So you're a ways away from this property. Do you ever hear the gunshots?
I do not, but hearing the gunshots is not my concern.
Fire is the concern.
Fire is my concern. Not only the fire, but ingress and egress to address the fire. As I think it was Mrs. Orada had pointed out, there is a long delay in getting fire equipment up there, and the roadway would access only one direction at a time. So if the fire trucks have to come in, the people cannot use that same road as an egress. So what would happen is the people who have to evacuate would have to evacuate coming through the road first, and then the fire trucks could access via that road. Now, someone said they would use bulldozers to come up a different way, but they're basically plowing their way along. So that's a delay of time to address what would potentially be very serious fire conditions.
So the applicant and people speaking in favor of the applicant have talked about their fire suppression methods that they have in place. And assuming that the fire department thinks that that's adequate, you don't think that's adequate?
Well, there's no fire hydrants up there. There's no fire water source for the fire department to access other than tanks that they've provided. But the fire that we saw that was just across the road on 55 in Eagle, we saw them utilizing water dropping planes to put that fire out.
Okay, thank you.
And they have fire hydrants.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, just a comment. In regards to, other fires and stuff, and just wanted to get some clarity. What did Eagle Fire comment on this again?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Eagle Fire initially had concerns, but they went out and visited the site. Were comfortable with the turnarounds and the access. They wanted a fire mitigation plan, is what I recall.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll have time to address that too with staff. Lisa Enriquez,
In favor?
thank you. Marcos Enriquez? Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Marcos Enriquez. I live at 2118 Lambert Drive in Nampa. Let me start by saying, as a 23-year retired Marine and current law enforcement officer with 9 years of experience, Valiance firearms training has been invaluable to me. The safety, preparation, and well-thought-out training sessions are impeccable and relevant. I use much of these training sessions to sharpen my skills to keep the community I police in Ada County. As a married man of 35 years and a first generation from my father who immigrated from Mexico, keeping my family safe is my first priority. With that said, I can say I have brought my family as guests to the training sessions multiple times, and they have participated from time to time. The environment is professional, respectful, and welcoming. For me personally, as a family man and combat veteran, the camaraderie and social environment has been indispensable to my overall mental and physical health. Lastly, the range environment, because we all know in the Marine Corps, if it doesn't grow, it goes. All right, we pick up everything. I would not take my family members there, and I would not put any of my family in danger at all for anyone. But that being said, fire safety, it's a big thing. Policing up your brass, which I never thought I'd do after the Marine Corps, is a must. Cleaning stuff up in the trash, it's a Marine Corps way. If it don't grow, it goes. And if it don't grow, well, hey, you leave it alone. I enjoy going there, the peacefulness going up there. It's nice because I don't see all that traffic. It's away from the city. I'm a former refugee of California. I know exactly what it's like to see that. And the urban sprawl that changes all the environment for the animals to go everywhere. I love seeing the animal up there. There's plenty of animals up there. Because I know the urban sprawl, when you build houses and you keep on building closer and closer, you're gonna have problems like this. They're always gonna be here. It's always gonna be a battle. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate you letting me speak.
Thank you. Any have any questions? Thank you for coming down. Anthony Fiora. Sally Morse. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Sally Morse. I live at 4073 West Deer Path Drive in the Rolling Hills section of Hidden Springs. I am 1.4 miles away from the shooting range. My husband and I are deeply concerned by the introduction of a shooting range so close to our home, primarily because of the fire risk associated with outdoor ranges in a fire-prone environment like ours. Based on a 2013 U.S. Forest Service study, any bullet type, even lead bullets, can start a fire in dry organic material after being deflected by a steel target or hard rock. In fact, target shooting at outdoor ranges has sparked numerous wildfires, including a 3,400-acre fire at the police gun range in Orem, Utah. Not all increased fire risk comes from the shooting range, though. Hot exhaust components on vehicles can also ignite flammable dry grasses. Based on the application, shooters will park on earthen hill and valley, further increasing the risk at this site. Hidden Springs' risk of wildfire is already rated higher than 98% of all U.S. communities. We are located within a wildland fire-urban interface area, along with a couple of historical structures. The Dry Creek Historical Society's Schick Ostalosta Farmstead, which is on the National Register of Historic Places. And again, as Pat mentioned before, the Arata Ranch is a designated Idaho Century Farm. Wildfire threatens our community with extensive property damage, loss of homeowners insurance, decreased home values, and reduced property tax revenues. To become better fire adapted, our town association conducts annual wildfire preparedness activities. We do prohibit fireworks. Our open space and trail crews do not ever use metal tools during fire season. Even Idaho Power is upgrading its power lines to reduce our shared vulnerability. We all play an important role in working together to minimize our threat of fire damage, but we don't see sufficient evidence in this application of how the landowner and commercial operator would quickly suppress a fire ignited by activities of their own during a high wind, very dry situation. The application lacks an approved fire plan and does not identify a sufficient, reliable water source. It is simply unwise to operate an outdoor shooting range in such a high-risk area. Therefore, I urge you to deny this application for a conditional use permit because one less spark means one less fire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alistair Powell.
Hello, Alistair Powell, 9825 Caraway Court. I'm a member and in support of Valiance Training. I've been in various training programs, and Valiance is the best I've ever been a part of. Everything that has been said by the applicant has been factual and true. Regarding people walking and bikers riding nearby trails, I've been going weekly for quite some time. Approximately 10% of the time I see others. The time and I join and train with Valiance on one morning a week, we're off the site by 9:30 or 10. And based on the distances explained and shown and the time I take in my vehicle to get to the ranges, I do not view or perceive this range as being right outside anyone's back door. Regarding any traffic, it's a public road. Regarding any sound, it's well under the state of Idaho threshold requirements as proven by a sound engineer. There's a tight schedule every week. There's no all-day shooting. I don't believe a few hours a week is going to affect any neighbors or their operations. And to my understanding, there's BLM land all around which there are zero restrictions on firearms use, sound, or fire safety requirements. People could be blowing up tannerite or shooting cannons 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Lightning can strike, a rock can fall off a truck, or a Hidden Springs homeowner could forget to put out their fire pit on their patio. But Valiance has fire safety at the top of their list. The landowner has fire breaks, shovels, and fire extinguishers. We go through a debrief before each training. They have 2 gigantic water trucks with hoses, personal and fire safety briefings before each session, and the program is ran by a veteran who served in the armed forces. I have not ever seen an issue with wildlife, as half the time we're on the range. Deer, cows, etc. are literally always grazing nearby. The members include women and men training for family protection and self-defense, church security groups, and private individuals training to become safe, responsible, and proficient with firearms. Every session exudes the utmost in professionalism and responsibility, and to support the work Valiance is doing. There's absolutely no reason why Valiance should not receive approval on this permit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you for coming down. Tyler Hansel.
Good evening. My name is Tyler Hansel. I live at 5676 West Little Feather Street. I too am a member of Valiance and go there for firearms training. And I'd like to say that as somebody that came in as a relative novice to the space, I've been very pleasantly surprised by the level of professionalism and training I'm able to receive there. I don't know of another civilian option in the Valley, let alone the state, where I could go learn the skills that Nate teaches me on a regular basis. Safety is paramount. You follow the rules or you don't participate. And as has been said many times, you only shoot when you're cleared to shoot and number of shots are dictated to you. I would just like to say, we live in a state, and it's been mentioned a few times, everybody's got a gun in Idaho. And I think it's an important concern to the community with so many citizens armed that we know what to do with those weapons. And Nate's giving us a very constructive and safe place to learn how to use them responsibly and, if called upon, to protect our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Donald Gupton.
Good evening, Donald Gupton, 11550 North Barn Owl Way. I'm one of the unique ones. I'm a member of Valiance and I live in the community of Cartwright, right across. I will echo everything that's been said about Valiance, but more importantly, I think the concern of fire that others in the opposition have, I can understand. But as a father of 5, somebody that lives in that community, I have no concern of fire based off of where we shoot, and there's actually no brush, nothing underneath. It's been said several times of the dirt. It's been said several times 90% has been shot on paper. Or the turf. So I wouldn't put my family in harm's way and join a community like this if I thought that this was going to go ignite. I do think that's a valid concern, but since I have firsthand experience being on the property, I wanted to share that with the people to hope address that concern, as well as what's been stated by Eagle Fire. So that's everything else I can echo. I've seen wildlife up there all the time. I see water tank trucks owned by Mr. Forsyth at Stack Rock Ranch that are present. There's 2 ponds that have not been referenced that are there for water that are full all the time. So that's just wanted to give my account of my personal experience.
Thank you. Any
Can
questions?
Can you give us your address?
11550 North Barnow.
Thank you very much. We have about a little over 50 more people who have signed up. So we're going to take a very quick break because the chairman needs a break. And then we'll meet back, and it's going to be 5 minutes, okay, real quick. So please. just on the hour. We have, again, about 50 more people, plus there's going to be some others that didn't sign up. I'd like to move that we limit, and we've heard a lot from both sides. I think that what could be said in a shorter amount of time. I'd like to move that we limit the amount of time per speaker to a minute and a half. Is there a second to that?
I guess I would ask the staff
Oh.
if that's been done before.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think we've seen 2 minutes, a minute and a half, maybe a little short. You know, you might get better luck of again, you know, folks standing up and saying oppose or support.
I'll amend that motion to 2 minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Rowley. All in favor, please indicate saying aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? And I say aye also. So it'll be 2 minutes, and it will go quickly, so get to your points. And again, a lot's been said, it's just that we've got a lot of people to get through, and it's getting later. We'll begin. Michelle Ceasy. Please state your name and address, and you have 2 minutes.
Michelle C.C., 4374 Sage Creek Drive in Rolling Hills, a little less than a mile and a half from the property. For a minute, I'd just like you to think about your house, your home, that you saved for, that you raised your family in, that you have your family celebrations in, and say you're having a family gathering for a engagement party or a birth, and you're out in the backyard setting up your food, and the kids are down at the fence watching the deer graze, and the dogs are milling around, and all of a sudden you hear what sounds like semi-automatic gunfire. The dogs start howling, they knock over a table, the deer raise their head and run off, the kids are upset, and your sister says, "My Lord, what is that?" And you say, "Well, that's my neighbor that's running a gun range up at the hill." And so you get everybody back together and you start your meal and you say grace and you eat to the sound of semi-automatic gunfire. I've noticed that the great horned owls are no longer in my neighborhood over the past year. When I moved into my house 4.5 years ago, I might have heard gunfire once a month. But in the past year, I hear it a lot. And I heard it at 7:20 yesterday morning. And I don't know who it was, but it was coming from the same direction that I hear the gunfire all the time. And I think Valiants might do a great job. I don't have anything against them. I used to go hunting in the foothills back in the 70s in this same area where there was nobody around. But the landowner doesn't have an obligation to keep Valiants. The landowner has the permit that doesn't have any time restrictions or any of the mitigations that Valiants seems to have in place. But Valiants is there by the grace of the landowner. So the permit is not about Valiants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you for coming down. Brian Weisling? DeFalio, 4374 Sage Creek Drive is your address.
I apologize for terrible handwriting. My name is Delfino Cornali, 4374 Sage Creek Drive, and I'm opposed to this permit application. I think the shooting range just is ill-suited for the location given. There are multiple recreational areas in and around the facilities. Hikers, dog walkers, bikers, runners like myself. We come out to these trails to hear the sounds of nature and to appreciate the serenity that it affords. We don't come out here to hear semi-automatic gunfire. And I think I can speak for all of the Ridge to River trail users. A trail use is not to tolerate a sound of automatic gunfire. It's to enjoy the nature that's being preserved. The Red Tail Trail I run virtually every day. That trailhead off Cartwright Road is about 700 meters from the gun range. I run on Chucker Butte Trail. I run on Sweet County Trail. Both of those are within 1.5 to 2 miles away. On those locations, you can hear the gunfire. As it was stated, the average speed of a grass fire is 14.7 miles per hour. That's a 4-minute mile. I don't run 4-minute miles anymore. And I don't think I would say all of the trail users who use those trails aren't going to run a 4-minute mile to escape a fire if a fire occurred. Now, if this gun range was an indoor gun range with meeting all of the county requirements, I could go along with that. But for an outdoor range, it's just not suited. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Any questions? Thank you very much. Rick Corlig, or please state your name and address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Rick Corley, 4659 West Deer Path Drive. I'm also in the Rolling Hills section of Hidden Springs. I live down at the way backside of that, about a mile away from Cartwright Road. I hear the shots, windows closed. So it's been going on for well over a year now. I'm retired, so I'm always at home unless I'm out running errands or up on the trails. And up on the trails, the sound can be quite distracting. And if you know how sound travels in these rolling hills and valleys, you can have peaks where the sound is much louder than you might expect when you're doing your measurements. So if you're not measuring around the area and over the different weather conditions, you're gonna get very different values. And regardless of what the decibel level is, it's not a natural sound, and you respond differently to that sound when you hear a lot of repeated fire. So that's one of the main reasons. I'm not going to go too far into the wildfire issue other than 2 points. Farmers insurance, that's been my carrier for 45 years. Just categorized our property as in the top 5 percentile of wildfire risk. They then canceled my homeowner's policy in May as a result of that assessment. And if you want to see the letter, I can send you the letter. I've been at the Department of Insurance, and they basically say this is nothing they can do about that. So Farmers is pulling out. And from what I'm understanding, a lot of other insurers are pulling out because of the wildfire hazard that is now growing in the state of Idaho, and specifically in our area. So getting to the risk mitigation, I'd like to see the plan because we have no plan to comment on other than a few fire extinguishers. So what Valiance has talked about, if that's there, is that part of the plan and is that part of the permit? So the permit's on the owner and the applicant. It's really not on Valiance. So.
Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Yeah. A question regarding insurance. You said Farmers dropped your homeowner's policy because of the upgraded fire risk.
Yeah.
Was that related to any knowledge they had of a
No, but I'm sure
range?
that knowledge would not help it any further. But we're already in the top 5 percentile, so what the heck? You know? Can you get much
But it
worse
was
than
not specific to the proposed gun range.
Not specific that. That's certainly not helpful. All it takes is one spark.
Thank you very much. Tristan Marcus. And on deck is Dathan Bittner. Please state your name and address in 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Tristan Marcus. I live at 121 East Victory Road in Meridian. I have been invited out to shoot and train with Valiance on more than one occasion, and I am one of those paying members. I have been a member of Valiance only this year. And a little bit about my background, I'm prior service Air Force. Since I got out of the Air Force, I've been a gunsmith, a firearms instructor, a range safety officer, and I've been in the environment, in the industry, and I have seen firsthand what it looks like to take safety and every precaution into measure and what it does not look like. As previously mentioned, for those of us who have been in the military, the standards of safety are not that what Valiance does employ. Not that they are lax, but that they are not as intently focused on detail, safety being the highest priority, superlative above them all. So focusing a little further in on that, fire mitigation is one of the utmost areas of importance at Valiance training. I've seen it firsthand. I've been out there. I have helped with it from time to time. There are fire extinguishers on site. There are shovels on site. There is no vegetation or ground cover that could be incendiary in the training area. And there are water trucks on site ready to be employed in a moment's notice, including the 2 ponds that have been referenced earlier. In all my time training, I have never seen an organization that takes such attention to detail, putting the safety of the environment and its members in the foremost focus as Valiance training does. And I can tell you firsthand that any action taken by Valiance, the members thereof, or the applicant on their own land is private use only, not open to the public.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you for coming down.
Thank you.
Nathan Bittner. Matthew McNelly. Oh, I thought you were. Thank you very much. Okay. Justin Smilkovin, 13999 Elk Public Schools, I'll tell you. No. John Chavez.
In favor.
Thank you. Philip Brownlee.
In favor.
John Devine. 2 minutes. State your name and address. You have 2 minutes.
My name is John Devine. I live at 1626 South Aspirin River Road. That's in Eagle. I'm probably one of the newest Valiance trainees, and my primary relationship to firearms, I see my role as a sheepdog. I'm on the security ministry at our church, and I take that very seriously. And unlike many of the people supporting Valiance, and even some who aren't supporting Valiance that have come up, I'm not former military, I'm not former law enforcement. So I have my enhanced concealed carry, which is the minimum requirement for our church, and I've qualified under their guise. But I've never felt comfortable carrying a gun and potentially using a gun, which in the world we're living in seems more and more likely, especially these days at a church, than when I started training with Valiance just recently. And it's intense, it's focused, there's a ton of camaraderie, as people have spoken about. And it really kind of takes things to the next level. And there's simply no other place, because I've been looking since I moved here, and there's no other place that offers that kind of relationship and that kind of development in people as a shooter. So that's the biggest reason that I'm here in support. The fire stuff is a little crazy. There's one study that I found just doing a quick Google search, and thousands, like 8,000 or 12,000 wildfires, 0.2% were started by firearms, and of those, half of those were military ordnance. And are we going to add military ordnance?
Adjust us, please.
I'm sorry, I'm being a smart aleck. We're not using military ordnance. We don't use incendiary devices. I've never seen a spark. I can't imagine a spark. We don't drive over dry grass. We don't shoot at dry grass. Everything is dirt. There's literally no chance of a fire starting. And if it did, it's going to start as a little smolder, and we'll take the fire hydrant and we'll take the shovels, and it'll be out before anyone even knows about it. So I think that's way overstated. Yes.
Thank you.
For your
Any
support,
questions?
thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to put the couples together. Laurel Dow and Kevin Dow. You don't have to come up together, but just you're going to be on deck.
Right behind us.
Very good. State your name and address, please, and you have 2 minutes.
Laurel Dow, 4489 Sage Creek. I'm opposed. In their application, it states the recreational area may be used any hours of any day. The discharge of firearms generally limited to the reasonable hours of 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. The application also states days of use may be each day of the week. The hours of use shall be all generally less than 3 hours on a continuous basis. I am concerned that in the application they also state if future use is patterned on present use, firearms will be limited to the hours indicated above and limited to fewer than 4 days a week in that capacity. But they give us no guarantee that it won't be operational 7 days a week, which I feel is not acceptable. Secondly, I'd like there to be a written statement in the permit from a wildlife expert as to why it is okay to have a shooting range in this area. We have a hiking, biking trail approximately 1.5 to 2 miles from the range that closes every winter for animal migration. If we are not allowed to walk in some areas because we could disturb the wildlife, I don't understand how a nearby shooting range would also not disturb the animals. Thirdly, if the application is approved, I would like planning and zoning to state that the approval is only for a shooting range, not for any other events. Overall, I feel this is too residential an area with Hidden Springs and Cartwright Ranch subdivisions close by to be an appropriate setting for a shooting range. I urge you to deny this shooting range permit.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you. State your name and address. And
Kevin Dow, 4489 Sage Creek Drive, which is close enough to the proposed range that I can hear shooting when it is operating. I don't know if suppressors were being used at the time I can hear shooting or not. While I respect the right of property owners to use their land as they see fit, I also expect such use to be considerate of their neighbors. I'm opposed to the range for similar reasons to those that you've heard from others. I won't spend any more time on that. I understand that the commission has the very difficult task of managing the rights of all citizens, those opposed and those in favor. If this entails permitting the range, I would hope that the commission would include measures such as a requirement to use noise suppressors and limit usage in order to mitigate noise to the greatest extent possible. Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have Brock Owens and Kimberly Owens.
Residents of Rolling Hills, we are opposed.
Both of you. Okay, thank you. Scott Atkins and Kathleen Atkins.
Opposed.
State your name and address. You'll have 2 minutes.
Scott Atkins, 4112 West Deer Path. I'll just go back. I don't care for the racket. The road itself is a single, I know this has been referenced before, but the road itself is a single lane road. Almost got clipped this morning, which was not enjoyable. I hike that daily. And back to the insurance issue, our homeowner's policy was not canceled. It just doubled in price. So I can't imagine what will happen if this is permitted and the insurance companies get wind of this. So thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you. Are Koberlin?
Opposed.
Thank you. Jeff? Kleinbaum? Say it again.
Bernigan.
That's not what it says here. No. Please go. State your name and address, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Jeff Kernigan. I'm at 4417 West Everest Street. I'm one of the fortunate ones to get to call the Forsyth friends. I've been up to the ranch many times on personal levels just to enjoy the property. The property's beautiful. It's fantastic. And if anybody had an opportunity to go look at it, I encourage you to do that. It's spectacular. There's been much brought up about animal migration. I understand. But if we want to look at it from a true perspective, it's not the Forsyth Ranch that has done anything to mitigate animal migration. It's all the development that's gone down below. You say that the firearms that people are shooting up above is stopping all this animal migration, but you don't take into consideration that the actual community that you live in is what mitigated animal migration. And I understand we all have a different perspective of what nature is to each and every one of us, and we all have a right to enjoy nature the way we see fit. Everybody here has a valid concern, whether that be fire, whether that be sound, but we have to figure out a way as a people to enjoy what we have earned together. The Forsyth family has owned this property for decades, long before many of these developments even gone in, and they're being restricted on how they can use their land because people have moved into their area and now are dictating to them how they get to use their property. What's the lesser of two evils? Somebody who's been there for a longer period of time can't utilize their property because somebody has been here for a shorter period of time and says they can't? Or is it the other way around? It's a difficult choice for you all to make. Sit up there on the council and decide the fate of somebody's property, but this is America. We have rights. We have property rights here, and the Forsyths have a right to use their property as they see fit, understanding Mike's not going to put his family at risk for fire. Of course, he's done every study necessary and met every requirement the fire department has asked them to do to mitigate fire. Nobody would put themselves or anybody at risk. So I just ask that you approve this permit based on all the testimony that you've heard, and I echo everything that everybody is in favor of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you. Gina Vanderboom?
In favor.
Favor, thank you. Nick Blaha?
In favor.
Thank you. Jason Ames? Amy Ellenberg?
Favor.
Thank you. Katie Kearns?
Opposed?
Thank you. And Jason Kearns?
Opposed?
Thank you very much. Robert Marcy?
G, like margarita. In favor.
Thank you. Jim Berg? Pam O'Neill? Please state your name and address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Yes, Pam O'Neill. I live at 13826 North Current Creek Lane, and that's in Boise. It's in the Current Creek Estates, which is the same elevation of the Rolling Hills. So I lived in the Rolling Hills at 4589 West Deer Path and just recently moved. 480 yards to Current Creek. So there's 6 homes up there, and it's the same elevation. I know we've heard a lot about the noise and the decibels. What I do at night, which most of the people in Rolling Hills, we enjoy that Ridge to Rivers Trail. We all pay to use that. It's in our HOA to pay to conserve those trails. So I take my hunting dog out, and I am a daughter of a police officer. I've been shooting guns and trained, got my concealed carry, was a sharpshooter at the age of 14. I have nothing against guns and certainly not against training. Everyone that owns a gun should be trained. And the training that you've heard about tonight is excellent training. But when you're on those trails and you hear those gunshots, I don't care if it's 34 decibels or 64 or any of the scientific stuff we've heard, it is startling. It is scary, especially in this day and age. And that is a huge, huge factor. And this is a private land. Please, before you make a decision, go on the website and see if this is not a business that should be permitted with membership fees and dues. I'm also a business owner. There was a period of time that we had to take our business and move it to our home. Our property, our land. We had to be permitted. And as far as the fire goes, 23 years in California, a single way up and getting livestock and horses down is a problem.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you. Lacey Holloman?
Favor.
Favor, thank you. Brian Nyoff?
Definitively 4.
4, thank you. This person, I think your name starts with a K and a Y. It's 17405 North Armstead Avenue. Judy Berg. Kelly Ann Bazukowicz. This one may be a repeat. Des Browning. Brenda Adams. Thank you. Please state your name and address. You'll have 2 minutes.
Brenda Adams, 3844 West Deer Path Drive. I live in Rolling Hills of Hidden Springs. This is not about Valiance training. Sounds like they're a great training. It's about the location, and it's the wrong location. And please note that they're trying to appeal to your feelings by saying, we're for security in schools. Well, I'm an educator. I've been working in schools, and I had to save kids from an active shooter. I'm opposed to this location. They say they're faith-based. I'm faith-based too. I'm opposed. They say, we're military people. I am military people, my family. I'm opposed. So please overlook those kinds of things. It seems like most people that are for it do not live there. This is about property values. It's about safety on the road. I've been almost hit several times by people going up to the shooting range. It's about noise. I hear it in my backyard. I hear it when I'm walking on the trails. It's about safety. It's about property values. So please know that we who live there, we bought that. We spent our money, our time in there. We have to pay extra money for the wildlife area. We love it there. And we're not against the training. They just need to go somewhere else with an indoor place. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you. Catch this. Richard Adams. Karen Campbell Randolph is on deck.
Richard Adams, 3844 West Deer Path. I'm opposed to the gun range. My wife and I moved from Colorado, where we lived for over 30 years in a very high fire danger area, much like we have here. And the local people put in a gun range. There was no opposition because it was all indoors. No fire danger, no noise to the neighborhood, and everybody loved it. I recommend that they do a study of maybe doing something indoors. I also noticed on the list back there where people signed in, pretty much everybody that is in favor of it do not live in Hidden Springs. They live in Kuna, Meridian, Eagle, and other locations. You have to buy insurance. You're going to be buying it, living in Hidden Springs, and it's going to be expensive. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for coming in. So, first name is maybe River Curtis.
4.
Thank you. Soren Rufino.
Soren Marino.
Marino. State your name and address. You'll have 2 minutes.
Cool. Soren Marino, 2520 South Royal Meadows Drive. I'm the district manager of the Northwest for the United States Concealed Carry Association, so I work with a lot of instructors and ranges across Idaho, Oregon, and Alaska. And it's not uncommon for generous landowners that have private ranges on their property, whether those are permitted or not, and oftentimes in Alaska they're not, to invite other people out there to shoot, including guests like instructors that might bring paying customers. I myself have been invited out a couple times. I didn't pay, so bummer for those other guys that pay. But it was a great time. It's a beautiful place. It's in the bottom of a canyon, so there's the natural topography. I'm sure helps with that noise mitigation. I'm sure if it was flat like the desert where that antenna's going, it'd be a lot louder. I've also been out there and seen deer while we're shooting, grazing. They don't run away. And just, whatever, a couple hundred yards away, is Unit 39. So that's where hunting takes place, of course. And it's just amazing that I can never see deer that close during hunting season. But this is what everyone has said is a lot of different issues, but I want to say that this is a personal property thing. This is a private property matter. I grew up in Cuna, and back when there was nothing there, 5,000 people, I would invite my friends over all the time to shoot doves and pheasants and other birds, migratory birds. And eventually a subdivision came next door, and they'd call the cops every single year for us shooting our guns like we always did. And the cops would eventually just come up and say, "Hey, Soren, I need your ID." And these neighbors should be grateful that they have such respectful neighbors in Mike and in Nate, because I certainly didn't speak to them with such respect when they came over to do that to me. And then the wildlife mitigation, the wildfire, I encourage anyone to go out there and actually look at the facility. Look at the dirt that's there. Okay, it's just a dirt berm. There's literally no risk. Besides, you've heard from these passionate members that go out there. They are respectful and concerned on making sure that it stays a safe place to shoot. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I have Alexis Irwin and, I'm sorry, Sam. Alexis, could you repeat your,
214 West Bennick. I'm in favor.
thank you. David Irving, excuse me. No. Trent Miller,
Trent Miller, 12018 West Kings Canyon. And
can you go ahead, repeat it when you get up here, please? Thank you.
Trent Miller, 2018 West Kings Canyon, and in favor. My background comes from a competitive shooting background. I travel the country and internationally to shoot competitively. This range, or this area, is a very, very small impact. The only one I think that I've been to that is smaller, maybe, is Guatemala City, in fact. So it's a very small impact. The fire mitigation, while I certainly can see the concern, being out there as a guest, I did see a lot of talk, and there was obvious signs that fire prevention has been thought out. I do have a bachelor's degree in environmental and physical geography with a specialty of pyrogeography. While I don't practice that professionally, I do have a background in it educationally, and did see that they did take those concerns to heart. The other was the mention about other ranges in the area. Unfortunately, our ranges are very impacted. I'm a member of 2. All wait lists are closed at those. So there's not a lot of places to shoot, unfortunately, in this growing valley. What that leaves people with is public land, which goes unsupervised. And a lot of times that in itself is a problem, both to the things that have been mentioned, fire and safety. And then lastly, no, that's it. Yeah, push people to unsafe options. So thank you very much for your time. Appreciate you.
Thank you for coming down. Ginger Forsyth,
In favor.
thank you. Diana Telford,
In favor.
thank you. Say Aladis. Ella, you're at 2332 North Cliffview Way in Boise. Okay. Megan Galvis,
In favor.
thank you. James Galvis,
10125 West Gladiola Street.
wait till you name and address in 2 minutes, thank you.
All right. 2 minutes. I'll keep it short. So just to give a
Your
little
name and address, please.
Oh, James Galvis, 11125 West Gladiola Street. So just to give a little leg to stand on, I'm 17 years in EMS, 11 years of which as a professional paid firefighter, paramedic. My first time showing up to Valiant's training, I never even had a concern as far as safety goes. All the fire mitigation that was in place was phenomenal. I've never even been concerned. Now that some of these concerns I've heard about, thinking back, I still would completely be in place where I'm at. Sorry, I'm not much of a public speaker. I'm just to keep it quick. Take firearms use seriously as well as where I go to train with it. If there ever was a concern in Valiant in regards to safety, I wouldn't want to be a part of it. What Nate has done is phenomenal, and I support every bit of it. So that's pretty much all I got to say.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Megan Burmeister. Okay. Brian Graff. Michelle Kern or Vern.
Say Michael or Michelle?
Oh, Michael, excuse me, yeah, Michael.
Said Brian Graff before?
Yes.
Brian Graff, 1017 North Shadow Ridge Avenue in Eagle. My background's in military and sheriff's deputy. I've been in law enforcement for 12 years. Range master for 8. We've heard a lot of talk about a shooting range, but I think that they're right. This is about a permit for private land use. And I've responded to countless of noise complaint calls, as well as shooting calls through my career. And I would say my right doesn't trump your right doesn't trump my right. I may have moved up here for some peace and quiet, some hiking, some biking. Somebody else may have moved up here for some shooting, dirt biking, ATVs. It may get a little annoying, but it's things we kind of have to work through. I think that it is favorable to side with the applicant and allow him to use the shooting range because he has the right. He moved up here to do that, though it may not be agreeable with other people.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I'm sorry, does Michael Kern or Vern? I thought I heard, did somebody say something?
Favorite.
Thank you. Nicholas Donnelly. Robert Palma. Peyton Berg. And this was on the wrong list, so there's hopefully Melissa Christian. Please state your name and address. You'll have 2 minutes.
Melissa Christian. I live at 4338 Sage Creek Drive in Hidden Springs, which is not Kuna, Caldwell, Nampa, the state of Washington, or some of the other places you've heard. I'm in opposition to the applicant. I appreciate the initial denial that the staff suggested to the committee. I'm not going to talk about fire. You know it. You know. Right now, we are actually under a protective fire order by the U.S. Bureau of Lands right in our area. So that's not new to you. But I do want to focus on the thing that keeps getting forgotten. There is a reason why there's a designated area for protection of wildlife, not just generically wildlife, but for example, you've heard about deer. It's interesting. I've never had a deer at my back fence, but I think that's great. I'm wondering why they're coming to my area, but we'll get to that in a second. This is a very large red-tailed hawk. We actually had a family of 5 that came in this year. That's the same fence, by the way. So that's how close my backyard is to the wildlife. The applicant's current ranges pose a threat to the deer, raptors, most importantly, we have seen some change there, and other bird species in the area. The harm is antithetical to the commitment of our state to various wildlife and protection of wildlife migration corridors. A 2023 review of chronic noise effects, found that repeated pulses such as gunfire resulted in a 30% avoidance of areas. This was exacerbated in protected areas where gunfire ranges encroached on wildlife corridors. The last thing I'd like to bring up within my time is that this is that same fence in the back of my house. This is my granddaughter. So now we're going to talk about the danger to impacted residents, and we are impacted because we live there. In Elmore County in July of this year, a toddler was grazed by an errant bullet from a local target practice range, which went through the windshield of the family car. In Bonneville County in 2019, well, there's 3 other cases. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions? You can give us one more incident, and then can you give us one more incident? You gave us one more incident,
sure.
just one more, and then wrap it up. You started on it.
More recent, so Elmore County, Bonneville County, 19.
Bonneville.
18 was Jerome. The death was a 23-year-old in Bonneville County.
Okay, thank you very much. Rita Sherman.
Rita Sherman. I reside at 4181 West Deer Path in Rolling Hills. I wish to formally express my strong opposition to the conditional use permit request. From the operator's website, the conditional use permit request is for a recreational shooting range. However, the operator also provides tactical weapons training, which involves high velocity and high capacity weapons. This use is distinctly different from a standard static shooting range. The operator's online materials reference practicing long-range shooting at distances up to 1,400 yards or 3/4 of a mile. This raises serious questions about the potential travel distance of a missed round and the danger it poses to nearby residents and recreators. I understand the applicant's right to use their private property. This right should not extend to activities that have the potential to negatively impact or harm nearby residents and wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Sydney Solabanks. Annie Bolin. Tim Birchta.
That's Tom. Sorry for the writing.
And your wife Cheryl is on deck. Yeah, name and address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, Tom Buckta, 3798 West Deer Path. I'm opposed to the shooting range as proposed, which, as I understand it, which would allow a variety of shooting, including paramilitary exercises with assault-type weapons every day of the week from 8 in the morning to 8 at night. If that's not the case, then there's something wrong with the permit application. That level of impact, that level of use and noise, as you've heard tonight, will affect nearly every person that's testified here tonight that lives in Rolling Hills or Hidden Springs, and probably in the other adjacent communities, with the exception of one person. Everybody else that supports the use of the range don't live here. If permitted at all reasonable measures should be taken to ensure that existing residential, recreation, and wildlife values are protected from related fire danger, noise, and traffic. The days and times of use should be limited. Inspections during the year should be required. Finally, taking into account that the applicant does not believe a permit is necessary or that Ada County Code has already been violated, permit renewal should be limited, not open-ended, and conditioned upon compliance with permit requirements.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you for coming. And Cheryl, Cheryl Bucha. Name and address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Cheryl Buckta, 3798 West Deer Path. I would like to focus on a different thing, which is Ada County has permitted in the foothills and the Dry Creek Ranch, or the Dry Creek area, they have permitted about or more than 5,000 houses in that area. And we're not far from that. I can hear traffic from Highway 55 sometimes. So this is all within that whole drainage there. That equates to about 15,000 people who actually move in and live there. This is not an area that is suitable for a shooting range. These people don't live in our neighborhood. They come in our neighborhood, they roar down the street, because I live in the corner and I can see what they do. And they go up the hill and then I hear gunfire. I'll tell you what my grandchild said to me when she was visiting. She heard gunfire and she said, "Grandma, what is that? What's going on?" You know, that's not how you want your grandchildren to come and visit you. This is changing the whole flavor of the community if you allow this. And this is something that you guys permitted, or somebody in your Ada County permitted, to open that up to homes. And we're there now. So that's all I can say. But I am against this very strongly.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Have, let's see, the last name on the last page, Rex Selbank, Selbank, 4523 Sage Creek, Hidden Springs. Okay. Is there anybody else who has not spoken who would like to?
Step online and have them call.
You said you signed up online. If you'd like to come up and speak, there's a paper on the table there as you leave. Could you just sign it and then put your name and address? So name and address and...
My name's Adam Kimball. I'm at 3814 Sage Creek. And, in the heat of trying to figure out how these things works, I think sometimes it's best to go back and look at what's happened in the past. There have been 2 other shooting ranges permitted in the last 10 years. One of them's for Boise Police Department, and that was in 2016, 201504131. That was when they were leaving the Boise foothills because of adverse impacts. They went out, they found some property. It's flat, remote desert, south of the highway, far from trails. Within a 2-mile radius of that property, there were 12 houses. Next, Double Tap came up. Double Tap is another members-only private training organization. They did the same thing in 2017. Another CUP came before this commission. South of the highway, flat, lots of infrastructure, put in roads, 24 houses within 2 miles. Here, we have active ranges that now this is about Valiance and not about a proposal, but about an actual business, which makes it harder to communicate about. And within 2 miles here, we're talking about 1,500 houses. It's just different. So instead of flat scrub desert, we have steep south-facing slopes, all the fire damage, all of the wildlife concerns. And what we have here is just a clear case of an organization that has a great following and a good business that needs a better place than this, right? This is really what it comes down to is what's the right land for Valiance to do their work? Because this one, by the looks of it, is terrible in most ways, including the law in the county code that says it can't be in a wildlife sensitive area. So I don't even know where that leaves us, which is that to me strikes me as a binary thing. So I urge you to accept the staff recommendation and deny this permit.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you for coming. Oh, is it over on your table now? Is it over on your table? Okay. Anybody else, please come forward, and then you'll be next after that. State your name and address. I'm sorry, the sign-in is over on this other table to my right. Yeah, after you
Hi,
speak.
I'm Gord Mack. I'm at 4302 Sage Creek Drive. I'm a healthcare provider. I've been involved in mass traumas. I don't want to see that ever again. So I moved there. I do a week of call. When I'm sleeping, I want to sleep. I can't leave my windows open and sleep at night. The shooting doesn't start at 8. It starts way before 8 and it goes past 10. Whether it's Valiance doing it or someone else, it's still shooting. And it disturbs my ability to rest. You don't want me unrested because of what I do. So I mountain bike, I ride up landslide trail. I've got earbuds in with like not noise canceling. And there's one time I almost bit it because I heard a whiz go above my head. That wasn't a bullet, it was a sound. So I almost bit it. I don't want that happening. And we've got kids. There are Boise mountain bike kids that go up that trail every Tuesday, probably 20, 30 kids, right? You don't want to expose them to it. Our insurance went up, right? And our insurance company, I talked to her, sorry, I'm a little hypoglycemic, so, and I said, you know what? She said, either increase your premium or drop your deductible. So we increased our, we dropped our or increased our deductible just to keep our insurance. But she says, if we have the insurance company reevaluate your coverage, there could be denied, just like Rick. It's a real factor that there's a fire risk. I've got friends that were captain of fire chief out in Salt Lake City. He looked at our property. I've put up water lines around my house. I trim 20 feet down below my house every year, twice a year, right? Hidden Springs is now doing it, but I do it because he told me you're in a huge fire risk. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Go ahead and sign as you go. Please state your name and address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, Sharon Kauke, 4906 West Miners Farm Drive. I vehemently oppose approval of this permit. And the staff mentioned something twice early on, code violation. If for some reason you see fit not to take the recommendation, I urge you to pay close attention to how you write that permit, because clearly code violation meant nothing to these people. They continued to operate until they were forced to put in a permit that was very, very broad and open to a lot of interpretation. As you know, I agree with everything everyone said. These people don't live here. They're not doing this in their own backyard. This is the backyard of nature. We happen to live there, but our wildlife is very important. And deer and elk, maybe they're standing there while they're shooting, but the hawk that flies by, they don't know what that's doing to the hawk's ears. They're very sensitive. And I think that they're not, what they're doing today is one thing, but if they're not permitted in very tightly constrained a tightly constrained manner, who knows where they'll go from where they are today. They feel that they have the right to do this, and perhaps you'll decide that they do, but please make sure that you put limitations on what they're doing and a lot of restrictions, and protect us, because we're looking to you to do that tonight. Thank you very much for taking time.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Are there anybody else who would like to come forward and testify? So with that, we'll close the public hearing portion and go back to staff.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, almost closed. We will. We do have the applicant rebuttal.
Yes,
as well.
the public testimony, excuse me.
Perfect.
Public testimony. Do they have any questions for staff?
Mr. Chair, thanks. What was the code that was cited as being violated?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Murphy, I didn't personally review the prosecuting attorney's violation letter. You know, it was explained to me that it was essentially there was a shooting range, an unauthorized or unapproved shooting range operating on the property that wasn't did not have the proper permits.
And then what would the proper permits be? Do you know?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Murphy, in this case, a shooting range in Ada County requires a conditional use permit and master site plan approval. And then following that, a zoning certificate to commence operation.
And then last question, Mr. Chair, thank you. And all these have been provided?
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Murphy, they have submitted an application for those two applications, yeah.
And the only and or main reason for the denial was because of the overlay, correct?
So, Mr. Chairman, yeah, my analysis, that was the one outstanding kind of explicit requirement that wasn't necessarily addressed in the application materials. So that was kind of a stumbling block for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Colson?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Quick question. The two private roads, Cartwright Ranch and Oranda Ranch Road, are those both private roads or are those county roads?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Colson, it's my understanding that the Cartwright Road is a public road, and then you have essentially a gravel access road that I would say is private, that serves the property owners through easements. And
Does it serve just him, or does that road service two other properties?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't know the details.
Okay.
I'm quite sure that it serves multiple property owners out there.
Okay.
We did hear testimony from the Aradas to the east, saying that they utilize that roadway as well and maintain it.
And so we don't know if there's a private lane road maintenance agreement or anything between those
I don't have that
parties?
information.
Okay.
I can speak to this.
You'll have a chance for rebuttal.
You'll have your time.
Thanks.
You'll have your time. Thank you. Oh, hey, one more thing. Sorry about this. This property does border BLM land, correct?
Mr. Chairman, let me just look at the ownership here. If I can get the mouse to work.
On the southeast corner.
So is that Mr. Forsyth?
Yeah, I'm just trying to help.
So in the end, you're going to have the opportunity to rebut after I speak. So you have an opportunity to hear what I say, and you'll have essentially the last say. So your time is coming. Okay, so Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I do see a 40-acre parcel of BLM land to the southeast, and then I would imagine there could be some to the north and to the northeast as well.
Yeah, that answers what I'm looking for.
I'm wondering if
Thank
you can turn on your screen.
Commissioner Burst, did you have a question?
I did. I thought that I heard that one of the reasons for staff's denial was the adverse impact upon surrounding property, which is a matter in any conditional use permit. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Burtz, that is correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff?
I wanted to go back to the picture that showed the overlay district in that. So that round circle is the property,
That's correct. That's the approximate location of the property, yes.
and then the sensitive wildlife area is the green.
That's correct.
And then who is the, sorry,
Go-
follow-up
go
questions,
ahead.
but who is the party that decided that this was an important sensitive area? Like, yeah, who made that decision?
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blitman, during the comprehensive plan process for the ADA 2025 comprehensive plan, we would have worked with partners like the Idaho Department of Fish and Game. They would have provided some input on where the areas are and helped create that designation on these maps.
And how long has that designation been there?
I think we adopted this in 2016, this particular comp plan. Of course, it may be so late that I'm blanking on that date, but it's,
Yeah, but I mean, it's been a day or two.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Did you get your question?
Oh, I have one more.
Go right ahead.
So this is a conditional use permit. So our job is to make a decision that doesn't go automatically to the board unless somebody, can you explain how that process might work?
Sure, yeah. Under the Ada County zoning ordinance, the conditional use permit is an application that you technically make a final decision on, and we're incorporating the master site plan kind of evaluation together with the conditional use permit. And yeah, unless somebody appeals, you would be making essentially a final decision.
Okay. And a conditional, can you outline how the conditional use permit process works? It's like typically 5 years or?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blitman, in this case, there's no expiration. This would authorize the use to occur on the property in perpetuity, subject to the conditions of approval.
And so just to confirm that is that these people could all say, oh, we're done with this, we're gonna sell it to somebody else tomorrow.
That's
And-
correct.
and
It
the
could be
use could
transferred to a new owner.
commission.
And, as the name implies, a conditional use permit, you can add conditions, you could add a time frame if that was somehow, enable you to address some of the impacts based on the use. That's certainly an option.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for staff? Okay, would the applicant like to come up and state your name and address, and time-wise, 15 minutes?
Michael Forsyth.
Five minutes.
Sorry, 5 minutes.
North Cartwright Road. Mr. Beck, I apologize. I was only trying to help because I know this property, so I was trying to help speed.
No worries. Yeah, I just want to make sure you
No,
understand
no.
you have this opportunity to
It's
address the
10:30,
commission
so
one more time.
I don't intend to keep us longer than we have to. Mr. Kernigan made a good point. This is about private property rights. An individual's desire, again, to have a absolute silent walk does not preempt the right to discharge firearms and the right to use property as we see fit. We have taken every measure possible to to mitigate sound, to mitigate wildlife, to mitigate fire. You'll see that fire mitigation is supported by John. I have a fire mitigation plan I can provide to you. But and I don't want to go too far into the weeds, but what I'd like to do is open it up to offer you an opportunity to ask me any additional questions. I do think there's some confusion on the range and the commercial nature of the range. The range is owned by Seven Gates Investments. It's part of the property. There is no charge at any time to any of these individuals ever to use the range. Now, if Nate charges his people, Nate charges his people. But the landowner, the individual who created this, the individual who takes the liability and the responsibility, makes nothing for it. This is a gift that I give to Nate, and I give to churches, and I give to schools. It is a gift that I think is important, and it is a practice that I think is important for our community. So with that, I open it up to questions.
Any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Colson.
A couple of things. How long have you guys owned the property? I've heard decades. I mean, what are we talking?
1983.
Okay. How on the private road, do you guys use that private road? I mean, talk to me about how that is. Is there a maintenance agreement between you and the other?
Thank you for asking. Cartwright Road ends at our gate. I heard somebody earlier say that the gate blocks Cartwright Road. That is inaccurate. Cartwright Road ends at our gate. The Arata Ranch Road is a private road that is owned by Seven Gates Investments. There is no easement, there is no maintenance agreement, and the maintenance of the road and the obligations therein and the costs therein, that is a debate between the parties who access that road. Right now, I have asked Aratas to contribute with extra maintenance, and they denied it. So we are maintaining that road. Now, there is a dispute as to whether or not we will continue to permit them to access that road, but we'll see in the future.
Well, what are you guys talking about time restrictions? I mean, realistically?
Mr. Colson, what do you think is reasonable? I do believe that no earlier than 8 a.m. and no later than 8 p.m. is reasonable.
No, I know what the code is, so yeah, you're just reaching out and saying what the code is. But no, I'm just curious if you guys had ideas or your thought process. I mean, I heard your numbers, I heard what you're talking about.
I'm not an unreasonable.
As of right now, I'm not going to go any further. I'm just asking questions so everybody else can ask some questions.
Sure, I'm not unreasonable, and I don't believe that Nate is unreasonable. The reason for the language in the application is because I don't want to have a permit approved by the council, and suddenly I, as a landowner, cannot shoot a coyote at 8:30 at night down in this area because it's after 8 p.m. I want to make sure that my rights to shoot at any time, because in the county, if I am shooting a wolf or if I am shooting a coyote, we lost 2 cattle to wolves this year, that I don't want to restrict myself to not being able to shoot that late. So for valence training, I think 8 p.m. is probably plenty late. For the landowner, it should be at any time of the day.
Okay, I'm good on questions.
Any other questions? Commissioner Birch.
Did I understand that you have owned the property since 1983?
Yes, sir.
So 42 years. How long has there been, I know you don't want to call it a shooting range, but how long has there been a setup there where people shoot on a recreational basis?
We've been shooting there as long as I can remember, so since I was about 5 or 6, so since the mid-'80s.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions?
I can ask.
Go ahead, please.
Did you participate in the comprehensive plan and know that your property was in a wildlife mitigation area?
No, ma'am. No one ever asked for our input. I do find it interesting the Fish and Game would contribute that information, considering they are still giving depredation tags, trying to thin the herds that are in those areas. The last point I would like to make is the question about whether or not we violated the county code. And if I have violated the county code, I would have expected to receive a citation or a
Yeah,
ticket.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I can attempt to respond to that. And typically, our code enforcement officers will try to work with the property owner rather than cite somebody or pursue something in court or give some kind of violation. They'll try to work with them to resolve the issue. Either the applicant removes the violation, or they come in just like he has done to apply to rectify it.
Okay, with that.
I've got one
Yeah,
more
some more.
question.
Commissioner Blitman, go ahead.
In other situations, that I've been on planning and zoning for a long time. So in other situations, we've had a situation, and I can't predict what's going to happen because I'm just one person. But I've always asked the applicant, if we're kind of if we're considering denying your application, would you prefer to have us deny it or table it?
What would be the reasons for tabling?
Because there's additional information that you have to go get and things you have to do.
Ms. Blitman, which information are you looking for?
Things like a completed sound study by an independent person, a completed fire plan that's documented.
Okay, so those are things that fall outside the master site plan conditional use permit application process. Those are additional things. That's what you're asking for. Is that correct?
You know what, as commissions, we have the right to ask for things that are
Sure, I'm just trying to
outside.
understand.
And so, yes, I mean, those are things that we've asked other people for. I remember one time we asked for an additional sound study because it was impacting the abilities of people's to recreate in their backyard. And so we asked for some very specific sound studies to be done by an independent person. So
In
that's
that-
what we've done in the past.
In that case, just table it.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Forsythe. With that, be looking for a motion to either approve, deny, or table from the commission.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Murphy.
I just want to bring up the some Idaho statutes as well. 'Cause I think it's important, and it's what we have to follow also. The state limits the county from kind of going overboard on regulations or, things that affect ranges like this. For instance, it says a county may adopt ordinances to regulate, restrict, or prohibit the discharge of firearms within its boundaries. Ordinances adopted under this subsection may not apply to or affect, and it goes on to have some subsections, but I want to outline, and this is Title 18, Chapter 32, 3C. A landowner and guests of the landowner discharging a firearm is a county may not apply to or affect. It says a county cannot affect a person lawfully discharging a firearm on a sport shooting range, as defined in a further section. It does say that the county is able to look at decibels and to look at that. But basically, I'm in agreement that this is a gentleman's property. I sometimes shoot at my property, and sometimes I go on walks and I hear other people shooting. I'm in the foothills in Eagle, and most of the time it's just, you know exactly what it is, and so it doesn't bug me as much as it bugs some people, and I understand that certain things bug certain people. But, I mean, this is a large piece of property. They've gone through extensive measures, and as long as they're up with fire, I mean, that's kind of above and beyond, in my opinion.
Commissioner Murphy, it sounds like you're ready to make a motion on that because you're pontificating and explaining.
I'm a little on pontificating because I'm about to make a motion, which I can do right now, to approve. So based upon the findings of facts and conclusions of law contained herein and the evidence and testimony presented at the public hearing, the Ada County Planning and Zoning Commission hereby approve project number 2025-01185-CU-MSP. And thank you for limiting me there. I can talk later.
A motion's been made for approval. Is there a second?
I second that.
Commissioner Rowley seconds it.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of order. There are no prepared findings of fact that support approval. There's no conditions of approval. So if you do move in this direction, you would need to give us some time to work on those.
Right. We'll include it because it'd be a change of the facts. Okay. Commissioner Murphy, you'd like to speak to your motion then?
Yeah, I'll just be quick, but Idaho state statute limits the ability of a county to put a lot of limits. Now, fire, I think, is an appropriate thing when we go down, that rabbit hole. And the decibel thing should be submitted because that's kind of part of what a county is applicable to provide. But I know that in that little green area with the red dot where the shooting range is, there's a lot of things happening in that green area. That overlay has many houses. It's got restaurants. It's got, so it's kind of a little bit squiggly line drawn. I agree, especially with the BLM there and shooting that goes on probably quite frequently in hunting. So it's not like that green area, the wildlife overlay is void of human contact there. It's pretty well populated in that area. But anyway, I will go ahead and close it with that. Thank you.
And just, again, because we're going for approval, and originally the staff is for denial, if you make your motion that it would be, the application be tabled for revision of findings of fact. So if you could just restate your motion, your original motion, to include that.
And what findings of fact have none been looked at because it just went straight to denial? Okay.
They just need time to rewrite them.
Yeah, so you'll be.
And 30 days, so at the next one, or?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I think the October 9th public hearing should be an adequate time.
So pretty much table to October 9th, revised findings and facts.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Murphy, yeah, if you can make your motion, obviously you can make your motion to approve and table to the 9th and direct us to prepare revised findings of fact and conclusions. It would be very helpful if you can identify the potential conditions of approval or any documents that need to be submitted.
That'd be fire. Yeah. Be fire and be decibels, probably. All right. Let's see here. So based upon, well, let's see here. I guess I should just go to table it at this point because we have no findings of facts, but
for revised findings of fact.
Yeah. I make a motion to table to find revised findings in fact and conclusions 30 days to October, or roughly a month, October 9. But I do move to approve project 2025-01185-CU-MSP.
And then Commissioner Rowley, would you like to second then? He's made a motion for
Yes,
approval.
I'll second
but then
that.
to table. Okay, thank you. Now, would you go ahead and speak to your motion?
Basically, I already kind of said what I wanted to say about the motion, I think. So we'll just roll with that, I think.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Rowley, would you like to address your motion?
There's not much to add beyond what Commissioner Murphy has already added. A lot of back and forth, 6 of one, half dozen the other on a lot of these factors. Fire mitigation, traffic, wildlife, noise, kind of the big four. In my opinion, it kind of comes down to that property owner and their personal rights.
Are there any other comments, any other? Commissioner Birch?
Yeah, in the entire time that Commissioner Murphy has been on this commission, I don't think I've ever disagreed with him. But this will be one of those times. The issue, in my view, is that, as has been stated, it is not whether or not the operation is a good operation. Everything I've read, all the people that have testified indicate that the firearms training is extraordinary here, and that anyone owning a firearm would benefit by having the kind of training that's offered. But that isn't what the issue is. The issue is, what is the impact upon the neighborhood? And is this the right location for it? And that's why I come back to the undue adverse impact upon surrounding properties. That is one of the conditions. Having no undue adverse impact upon surrounding properties is a condition for the granting of a conditional use permit. I live close to a shooting range. Now, it's not rifle and pistol, it's shotgun. It's right down Canada Road. And I also have 12 acres, and I shoot on that 12 acres occasionally. And we've got neighbors all around us that shoot. But they are not shooting at a range. You don't hear often that kind of repetitive semi-automatic shooting that I'm confident goes on constantly at this particular range because of what the testimony are. That pop, 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 that's somebody firing off just as quickly as they can a semi-automatic. And there is no question that the noise would be able to be heard and it would be distracting. This isn't a case necessarily of somebody coming to the nuisance where you go, oh, but they were already here doing it, and then these people moved in and want to stop it. Because there has been testimony. There's been people that have owned property, in one case for over 100 years, another case for 80 years, and I know that the Hidden Springs development has been there for a long time. Certainly, it's grown, Dry Creek and all of that has grown, but it's been there a very long time. And so the impact on the neighbors is, I think, enough that we would say, no, we aren't going to approve the project. We're going to stick with the staff's recommendation of denial. And there's no question, this is going to get appealed to the Board of County Commissioners. There has been too much controversy here in this room. And so all you same people that are here are probably going to show up at the Board of County Commissioners meeting and have the same types of arguments. They're the elected body. We are an appointed body. And so I agree with the staff recommendation. I agree with the people that have stated it would have an adverse impact on them. I don't know enough to comment at all on the wildfire issues, but I don't want to go against the staff recommendation when I feel strongly that the neighbors have made an excellent point about how this would negatively impact them.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Paulson.
So me looking at this on how I'm looking at it, I mean, I've gone and shot numerous times all the time. I've got shooting ranges by me. I hear it all the time. I do understand what you guys are thinking. I mean, it doesn't really bother me, but I get, it can bother other people. But for me, at the end of the day, I look at this as a couple of reasons. It's property rights. This is a huge 1,300 acres. I mean, it's a very small impact on what they're doing with that 1,300 acres that have been owned by someone a long time. And they've had it, in my opinion, I may disagree with you on this, Commissioner Birch, but, it was built before any of those subdivisions. It was there before any of those subdivisions. I guarantee you that they've shot out there. Now, yeah, is it a little more intent? Do I highly recommend that there should be a certain amount that this company is able to use it? Absolutely. But then you guys look at the fire, you guys look at the issues, they're right up against BLM land. There's nothing that says that they can hop right over to BLM land and they can do whatever they want. And you guys are worried about fire and how fast fire moves. Well, you're only 1,300 acres. Yeah, it's huge. But like you guys said, the fire moves fast. So would I rather have somebody that is very good at maintaining and taking care of the property and looking at those pictures and seeing how much earthwork has been moved to protect that and mitigate that? It's way more than what thousands of people on the other side of the freeway south that go out by me in Cuna. And you don't think I might be worried about fire, sagebrush? They're not carrying a fire extinguisher. They're driving off-road. They're shooting wherever, and there's nothing stopping them from just hopping right over to BLM land and not being controlled. Here they're being controlled. They're being responsible. They're looking more after you than, in my opinion, than what a lot of other people could be doing on the other side. So as far as fire litigation, I think they're doing a fantastic job from what I've seen and what I've noticed and my history on all of that. But at the end of the day, for me, it becomes to property rights, but I do want you to be, a good neighbor. I mean, sir, when you're talking about not letting your neighbor access it, use your road or whatever, to me, it's like, just figure it out with them. There should be a land use, a road maintenance agreement. That would be one, a stipulation that I'd highly recommend between you two parties. But at the end of the day, I'm for this. I'd like to see some more stipulations put down on in use, and I'm 100%. I want to be able to shoot a coyote out at my property. Had one 2 weeks ago. I want to be able to shoot it at 8 o'clock at night. So that's where I stand.
I'm glad to make a comment. This commission has looked at flower farms and lavender farms and all kinds of different farms, and it's not the social good of the business that's being discussed. It's the impact on the neighbors and whether or not it meets the rules that we've established for Ada County for land use. And I feel like because this is in the middle of that overlay area, that's a known thing. It's been there for a while, and there's been no attempt to figure out how to change it or if it shouldn't be an overlay. I get lots of discussion, but I'm not an expert on it. And so there is this rule that we're not supposed to put these kinds of uses in the overlay area. And we usually respect those, and we respect the advice of the staff. I did hear all of the comments about the day-to-day impact to people's ability to enjoy their backyard, and that speaks to me personally. And so I'm in favor of following the staff's recommendation.
Thank you. I'll just a couple comments on it. I have no doubt about the professionalism of this organization, because there's high stakes when you're dealing with firearms and people coming in and wanting to know that they're going someplace safe. This is still, it's a business operation, and we can have private property rights, but I own my land, but I'm limited to what I can do on it. So as far as, I can't just do anything. I've got certain restrictions. And again, just being in a wildlife area, that's a big factor for me. And also just the limited road access into that area. And that's really just enough, and the proximity. If you'd come in, 10 years ago maybe, it probably wouldn't have been a problem in getting this approved or making the exception on it. And again, if it's appealed to the commissioners, county commissioners, they may have more ideas as far as putting some restrictions, modifying it to make both sides happy and make it work for them. But as of now, I will vote no, just again because of the wildlife area, the access. This again is a business that's taking place there, and they need to follow the code that's there. I think that they can, and we can separate the difference between a commercial use and in that sort of acreage. There's going to be private use where they're out there shooting, or if you want to shoot a coyote, nobody's going to complain because you shot a coyote at 10 o'clock at night. That's just not realistic. But a continuous business. I live about a mile from BLM, and I hear gunshots going all the time. I can't see them, but I can hear them all day long if they're out there. And at least it's periodic there, whereas it would be a little more continuous here. And I think that with some restrictions on time and days and hours, that maybe something would be able to be worked out. But that'd be something for the county commissioners to come to.
The one advice or one things that, assuming this goes forward to the county commissioners at some level, I think an actual sound study that's done by an independent party would go a long way to just addressing the sound. And I think some more conversation or some more discussion about the fire mitigation study, and then some input from ACHD and input from the City of Eagle would be important, I think, to this.
Okay. Any other comments, Commissioner Birch?
I do agree with what Commissioner Blitman just said. There should be, before this ends up going before the Board of County Commissioners, a sound study, but that sound study should have input from some of these people here that live in the Rolling Hill subdivision that are opposed to it, because the sound study is going to depend on what type of firearm is used and what conditions there are during that particular day. And so you may need to do the sound study at different times with whatever the maximum cartridge is that's being fired at the range. The other point that I would make is, notwithstanding that the property's been owned for 42 years and that there's probably been guns that have been being fired there, as I had mentioned earlier, within the past couple of decades, the types of guns that are being used are radically different. When I was young, there were bolt-action rifles, there were lever-action rifles, there were semi-automatic rifles, but the AR-15 platform rifles or the AK-47 rifles were not something that were common back then. But within the past 20 years or so, they've become incredibly common. And so the type of noise that people would have heard 20 years ago is much different than the type of noise that people are hearing now. We didn't ask the people here that are speaking in favor of this, well, what kind of gun are you using? But I guarantee a great many of them are AR-15 platform weapons. And those are the ones that are doing the pop, 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 pop. A lifetime ago, when I was practicing law down in Utah, we represented Browning Arms Company. I personally represented Dick Casull's company that made the .454 Casull. Those were different times. And so when the people show up before the Board of County Commissioners, and if anybody is to say, well, we've been doing this for 40 years, no, you haven't been doing that for 40 years. What you've been doing for the past 10 years or so, or 15 years, is much different than what was being done in 1983 or even 1990, 95.
Any other comments? With that, we will take a vote on Commissioner Murphy's motion to approve and table for a revision of findings of fact. Those in favor of Commissioner Murphy's motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Nay. It's a 3-3 vote here.
So it fails.
Yes.
Gotta stay here.
So we need another motion.
Yes, we need another motion.
But that would fail too.
My biggest thing is, would you guys be interested in tabling it to where we're getting more on the timing, all this type of stuff? I mean, to where it's more hindered on outside of the commercial company that's using it. He's not getting any pieces of money for his property on using it, other than his neighbors are using it and churches are using it for 40% of the time and all of this stuff. The real big piece that we're looking at is what they're able to use and the time that they're able to use it. So if we look at possibly restricting that to where, hey, you know what, from 8 to 12, this is all they're able to do. You know what I mean? On 4 days a week, that's it. And then the rest allows him to bring church people out, whatever. There's nothing that says that he can't, if he had whatever amount of money, there's nothing that says that he couldn't do it all day long and bring in 50 people and do it over and over and over and over again. There's nothing that Ada County stops him from doing that. You know, if it's as personal, it's no different than people, you know. So what I'm getting at is the piece that I see is what you guys are calling the commercial piece that this guy is running a business at, which he's probably paying instructors that these people are getting great instruction on and being taught how to use and be able to support the women to be able to use guns and use them safely and right. And so to me, it's the restriction is what they're allowed to use it as commercial use or whatever, if you want to classify it commercial use, and putting in a stipulation on that portion of it. And then also, you know, looking at those litigation, you know, the fire litigation plan and you know, another independent study of them going out and checking the decibels. I mean, if the decibels are truly only 35 decibels, I'm talking at 35 decibels. You know, that's what they're hearing on the mic. You know, so if that's truly the number, then I'm not very worried about that part of it. But I do believe the proof of having somebody that is I guess he's a professional that has the certifications that go out and do it and say, here it is. This is what I've certified it is. It's my job. This is what I do. I think if we put those stipulations in there as that, and I know that tabling it may not be everybody's idea, but that's kind of my thought process on it. And I don't know if any of you guys would be interested in looking at that. But I know where I mostly stand on it.
There'd be a question for you as far as if we tabled it, but then we were closed the public testimony so that we don't have to go through that again. No offense, no offense.
Listen to the people.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, it'd be difficult. You'd be receiving new information. You could restrict testimony to the new information that you receive. If it's a sound study and people want to comment on the sound study, but that still provides opportunity for interested parties to testify on that new information.
So if we didn't have the new information, we could, if we wanted to table it just so that we had an odd number of commissioners here even, I guess.
I'm just curious. So Mr. Beck, what happens if we're completely deadlocked here?
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the code gives you 180 days to make a decision. And then if you aren't able to make a decision, then it's an automatic denial of the request.
Which would be, the denial would be basically supporting what staff had recommended.
Correct.
So that,
So the advantage to tabling would be that hopefully we wouldn't have any absences and Chairman Scott would be back. And we would have a tiebreaker.
and he could review online, go through and listen to it, so he'd be informed.
Yeah, he would need to listen to the entire testimony.
But then also it would give them time to, if they need to do another study, a decibel audio study, it would give them time to prove possibly even further, because, a study should have been provided probably, upon doing this. But regardless, it'll give them time to prove that it's maybe not detrimental, required findings A and B, we'll say. It'll give them an extra month to prove that that's not the case,
So public comment would have to be limited to any new information that is presented then.
You could limit it to that, testimony only on that new information.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
One
Commissioner
other question
Colson.
for you. So with the overlay, is there any that the applicant can go, who they can go and talk to about the overlay, as far as would it be Fish and Game? Would it be those guys to talk about, is this an adverse impact inside that? I know that's Ada County's stipulation on this, but is there someone that they can go to? Because 39 is where I hunt, and hunted doe there years and years. So my question is there a way that he can go in regards to that and talk to somebody there and get their input on it, or what they would suggest?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Colson, this standard is essentially kind of locked in place. The applicant doesn't really have time to change the map or change the actual county code. I did notice, let me see if I can find, this is the full specific use standard for shooting ranges. There is a subsection D where the applicant can propose an alternative development proposal. They could essentially try to demonstrate that they're meeting the intent of protecting essentially wildlife areas. Maybe they conduct some kind of habitat mitigation plan, conduct some analysis, some kind of proposal on how they meet the intent of the code, but still allow the use to proceed. I mean, that's the only option that potentially may be a way forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, there was that part in there, it says the director may approve or recommend approval. So that would be making, if they wanted to recommend approval to us, to the commission, that would be something the director could do.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, essentially staff would have the ability in this application package to consider the alternative and make a recommendation on it, as if we see that it does meet the intent or the spirit of the other standards, or whatever standard they're trying to massage.
Okay. So it looks like we need a motion to probably table. If somebody wanted to add some conditions to that.
Let me get to.
That way we'd recommend or limit public testimony. Commissioner Birch.
I wasn't going to make a motion, I was just going to offer a suggestion. What tabling means would be that the same folks that showed up tonight, and half of them are gone, but would probably be back here again for whatever date we do, or whatever date we set to have it reheard, which would probably be a couple months from now. And if we simply, well, I guess maybe it's not an option to say that we just take no action. That is, if we're deadlocked. If we were deadlocked, Mr. Beck, could they still just go ahead and appeal directly to the Board of County Commissioners?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, deadlocked essentially would be ultimately a denial of the request, and they could appeal that denial, yeah.
So if it is appealed to the Board of County Commissioners, that way you folks and the applicant would only have to show up one more time. And you'd show up before the Board of County Commissioners. And the very points that Commissioner Colson has made could be presented there. You could say the applicant went out and they did another sound study, and they did a sound study with input from the people that are in Rolling Hills and in Hidden Springs. And those folks were aligned with the type of sound study, which may not make any difference at all to the people who did not want this project because of the noise. They could hear it, somewhat subjective, as Commissioner Colson said, but you only have to come back to one more hearing, and that hearing would be the final decision because the Board of County Commissioners will make that, and they're done. You don't have to come back to see us. And so if it were me, I think I would see what the applicant wants to do, because it's the applicant that's going to be put to the expense of doing the sound study or whatever we're recommending. And then all these folks are going to have to drive from Hidden Springs back to here and then come back again because it's almost certain to be appealed no matter what we do after we've tabled it. So, I mean, it's a conundrum for me, but my preference would be to see what the applicant wants to do, and if the applicant says, no, I'd rather just go to the Board of County Commissioners, then that's what I would do.
How do we, if we were to table it, essentially table it, but just take no action, so we just say we're not taking any action on it tonight? And essentially, that's a table, though.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the code says you either need to approve, deny, essentially make a decision, and if you're unable to make a decision within 180 days, which I think it puts it in like December from this time of submission, then it's an automatic denial.
But would they have to wait 180 days to go to the board?
I don't know if I followed.
Because you said that if we can't make a decision within 180 days, then it's a denial. But if we're deadlocked right now because we don't have an uneven number of commissioners, can the applicant go, all right, well, I'm going to go ahead and appeal right now?
In that case, Mr. Chairman, you'd probably want to make a recommendation to deny and let them pursue an appeal. You have the option to table and have another P&Z commissioner join you, see if you can make a decision at a following meeting. You could ask for additional information that may convince somebody to change the way they're voting. So you have those options. I know they're not the best at the moment.
Mr. Chair, I watched the county commissioner last night, and you did a fantastic job.
Oh, thanks.
Sir. Well done. And I got the distinct impression that they like us being here to take stuff off their plate a little bit. And so I think all three commissioners mentioned it. Oh, P&Z wants to do this, and they want us to figure it out again, huh? So, but I think before we just wash our hands of it and kick it to them and say, here you go, guys, I think it's worth pushing to October 9th or whatever it is, tabling it. Give them some opportunity to get some more stuff. Maybe we might have a number 7, or maybe we may have 5, or whatever the case may be. We can properly close public testimony because there's no need to come back out here for that. Information should be presented. We'll have a proper board, and then we can send something to the BOCC that isn't just us punting it through the, and missing the field goal also. So I would be a fan of that, just to take a little more initiative and not punt it and give some more time for more information to come to light and possibly another commissioner to come to light.
But if we introduce more information, then that does open up the need for more public testimony. You could,
Well, I mean, they're going to have to come back eventually anyway, regardless.
it's better coming back once or coming back twice. But if there was a motion for denial and we deadlocked, that still the denial would go through.
Yeah, if you made a motion and passed it tonight for denial, then it would be essentially your final decision, and then parties would have to decide if they want to take action and go to the board or accept that decision.
But if denial didn't pass, then that would be a deadlock as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you'd be exactly where you're at right now.
I thought if we deadlocked and we were in agreement with staff, that would go through. We wouldn't have to have a majority vote on it.
Yeah, you
no.
need to make a decision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So why don't we?
Good night for a chair.
Yeah, it is. Inside joke. So I would recommend to see if we have a motion to table with requesting some additional information.
So the issues that I have written down are a sound study and Jim's point that it needs to include the people who have made comments here. So multiple areas with multiple different guns with multiple options. So it's got to be a comprehensive sound study to validate the situation. Reaching out to Fish and Game or whoever is in charge of the overlay district to figure out what mitigating things could be brought forward. So the research of the mitigations for the overlay district. And we've had that come up before where somebody agrees to do X in order to mitigate the impact they're having on the protected area. A more, and I don't know if this is all written out, but the fire mitigation study, maybe somebody could validate that. And then the ACHD issues. And then the hours, I think the hours need to be addressed in the days of the week. Like we had our wineries and you could only have activities 25 days a year or 4 hours a day for 4 days a week. We've had lots of rules on what the timing is for wineries and public venues. And these are all located on private properties. You're just limited when you can do the commercial activities. So I've got kind of a long list of things that I would want to have addressed before I could make a recommendation to approve. I mean, I'd have to have a lot of these things addressed.
So you didn't get it, I got 4 items that you put down, is that about right? Sound study, mitigation on the wildlife protected area, hours, days, and ACHD conditions.
And then the wildlife, because that was
That was the first one,
the sound study, wildlife, fire, ACHD,
fire.
hours and days.
Okay, fire, so that'd be 5.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's not a clean list, it's a long list of things that I would need in order to fill.
Would you then maybe table it, maybe an additional period for like 2 months? Or do you think all that, you know what I mean, to give them time or whatever?
Yeah, we can set the date for that.
I would say in the last one, when we asked for a sound study, it took a couple months to find the right person and to do a good job with it. And I guess we could have staff help find that old sound study and.
Mr. Chair, I just went through this with Eagle as well, and they used Big Sky Acoustics, did the one for City of Eagle for their shooting range behind them. So that could be an option, of course. you could use whoever you want, but that's who Eagle used and has done work in Ada County, so.
So it sounds like,
Oh, I'm sorry.
go ahead, no, Commissioner
Mr.
Colson.
Chair, I'm thinking tabling it does two things. One, it allows them to go back and get what they need. Two, it allows us to possibly have a 7 odd number of people here to vote to make that decision. Now, I know that the one thing is we might have 120 people re-speaking, or can we limit it to those 6, 7 items? I mean, to me, I'm here for a public service, so if I gotta be here for 5 hours, you know, then so be it, you know, but, I think that's, in my opinion, that's the best avenue for us to have the best chance for, approval or a denial, and the best opportunity for the applicant as well as the neighbors and the people.
Now, are the commissioners comfortable or clear on the conditions that, or things that Commissioner Blitman has brought up as far as things that need to be looked into?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Would you like to propose a table motion with your
Yeah,
items?
and I asked the applicant if he wanted a table or denial, so, you know, we kind of foresaw this moment. I'm moving to table this project for, do you want 30 days or 60 days?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blitman, we would probably recommend the 13th of November.
Okay, that makes
hearing, yeah.
sense. I move to table this project. It's number 2025-01185 CUMSP to the November 1st meeting.
13th.
November what?
13th.
13th meeting. With the following 5 topics, with the applicant to bring back additional information on the following 5 topics, or work with staff and come up with a different recommendation. There needs to be a sound study completed with everything that we've talked about. The fire mitigation study, we need input from ACHD, and the hours and the days need to be discussed in terms of limiting when the commercial operations would occur, and then working with the Fish and Game and the staff to determine what mitigation options are available regarding locating a commercial enterprise in the wildlife overlay area.
Okay, we have a motion to table, include, the following conditions. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Birch, second. All in favor of Commissioner Blitman's motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And I say aye also. The matter's tabled. And that will do it for tonight. Thank you very much for your patience, for being here. Drive home safe. Thank you.
Oh.